G'day everyone. Good evening to some, good morning to others, depending on which part of the planet you're on. Our nice circular planet spinning around the sun. Anyway, Richard. Oh, yes. DJ Projectus. Good to see you, mate. Bert. Ah, yes. Yes, morning from the UK. Yes, morning to you as well. So that's it. Where is everyone else? I was on the Zoom session earlier with the UAB Biff and Vivid Mouse. So we're having a bit of a chat. So we're still running it in the background. Richard's still running it, Vivid Mouse. So on and off, I basically can them as they're running it, so I can actually do some of my recordings. Because it's got the option where you can actually share the screen, so I need that option. And otherwise, yes. Freaking loose end doesn't bad, Harry. Yeah, exactly. That's why my old man actually, it tastes like shit. It's like powder. It really tastes like shit. And the only way Dad can actually have it is in his yogurt at night, because it's really, yeah. So you can imagine when you have to basically consume it, doing a dirty fast. Yeah, not enjoyable, I can tell you. Oh, you've just realised that, have you? Oh, you poor bastard. Now you know what I mean. G'day, Stefan. Good morning to you as well. Doesn't mix with water either. No, it doesn't. Mixes with cream though, exactly. And that's the thing, because yeah. So basically what I do is, this is how I do it. I've been doing it. I've been getting a bit of like ghee, which is clarified butter, as everyone knows. And by using ghee, I should have mentioned that earlier to you. By using ghee, I'm actually eliminating all the protein and the sugars. So it's only fat, which elicits no insulin effect to cause any issues like over magnifying. So the small amount you're getting from the muscle protein synthesis cycle, and pretty much you can mix it in with that next year, consume it that way, because there's no. I've tried it with water, and I literally nearly choked on it. So I had to, at work, I've been forced to use cream when I actually fasted. I just go, fuck. It is what it is, you know. So yeah, annoying, exactly. But I get a cream that's practically got next to zero protein. It's like really 48. I think it's 48%, which is just double cream. It's just, yeah, practically nothing else. So yeah, I know the feeling. Annika, good to see you here. Yes. Oh, snow in Sofia. Okay. So all that Balkan area is probably snowed in. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, it's sort of January, isn't it? Yeah, you get a lot of snow through January. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Even a friend of mine who was living in Thessalonica, they get a lot of snow, even though they're close to the water. So yeah, makes sense at about the right time. That is true. Tracy, good to see you, lady. How are you? Yes. They're eventually arriving. That's true. Sammy? Not really behind. I started about 5 minutes ago. So you haven't missed anything. Absolutely nothing, Tracy. Don't worry. I was 1 minute late actually getting my milk, my raw milk. So I've got my raw milk. This young middle-aged child has got his raw milk, so he's happy. So he's not going to be, in any way grumpy or anything like that. It's a way he degrump, Roy degrumps himself by having his milk. Yes. Harry, what do you say to 5 grams of microplastics we all supposedly consume on average a week? How to help the body clearing it? That's what your liver's for. Does a very good job as long as you got good primary and secondary detox pathways, which you carnivores on your high taurine intake from eating so much meat, you should be supporting your primary, your primary and secondary detox pathways very well, and that will just force it out through the feces and out the system through the bile. So nothing to worry about in that regard. And if you want to methylate away a lot of those xenoestrogens from the microplastics, just get yourself, eat more eggs, which are high in choline, or supplement choline, one of the two. Harry, is our fungicides is hard to find. K2, MK4, they have, for what is MK4 good? It gets converted to, it's from plants. Yeah, all the commercial stuff, the majority out there is MK7. In about a third of the population, it can't even be converted, so it's a waste of time. Most of the, if you take a look at most of the dairy and most of the animal foods, neither have 0 MK7 or very small amounts. They do have the other ones like minoquinone 8, 9, and 10, and they can all be converted by the liver. Some cheeses do. They can all be converted back to MK4 in the liver, as can vitamin K1, both in the liver and by some of the gut microbiome. So pretty much our bodies love MK4. Can you get access, DJ Predictors, to iHerb? Because iHerb has actually got the Carlson one and the advanced orthomolecular version, which is a more higher dose one, which I usually recommend to people only who are trying to decalcify their soft tissue. If they're not, they just want to have a good level. Then I usually, in winter, when they're taking higher doses of vitamin D, I usually basically recommend just the Carlson one, the 5 milligram one. So, which is the one to get. So, do you have access to iHerb, DJ Projectus? What sort of things can you access? Can you access iHerb where you are or not? Just put it in so I know, so I'm not wasting my time searching for something that is no good for you. Can you access which ones? Amazon, iHerb, what can you access? Okay. Okay. So this is a Coulson one for the majority of people on Amazon. Thanks, Richard. So that's the Coulson one on Amazon. Oops. And for those others who can access iHerb, I'll just put that on iHerb. They've got two types that you can actually, that I nowadays do recommend. So on iHerb, there's this one, and there's the Coulson one. So there's that one there, and then there's, where's the Coulson one? Mm-hmm. And there's the same thing. That one is actually cheaper than the Coulson one. So, you know, it's up to what's available in your part of the world. So that's the 2 minoquinone. That's the Coulson ones. The 5 milligram ones, which is a lower dosage in that regard. And then there's the advanced orthomolecular one, which is the higher dose one, which some people may want for reasons of clearing out their arteries. But make sure you've actually been on a carnivore diet for a certain period of time, that you've stabilized. Go and check my video on stabilizing your calcium. So that's the orthomolecular one, which is the higher dose. Now, I believe they have this one on Amazon as well, both of these. So I'll just find them as well on the Amazon site. So people have got both options, because I don't know what you're accessing and stuff like that. So, so it can be useful. Yep, they've got it on here as well. Good. So that's on Amazon, which is great. So they've got the other one, which is the K2 as well. It says 5,000 micrograms, which is 5 milligrams. It's the same as the Coulson one, identical. So these are the lower dose ones. So won't do it. Why won't I do it? Okay, let me just work this one out. Don't you hate it? It's gone over the amount of letters. Get rid of the reference part. That should work. Let's just check this. Yep, it does. It does. It does. So paste that. So that's the other one, which is that lower dosage, and then the orthomolecular one, which we'll get that as well, which is the higher dose. So you've got the iHerb one and the Amazon. I do tend to support the iHerb one because it's not Jeff Bezos, that rich prick. But anyway, that's my personal opinion. I don't like to support him, so I don't buy the products from him unless I can't find them elsewhere. But that's my personal, approach. It's up to you where you spend your money after all, not mine. Okay, they don't have I thought they had that one. Oh, there you go. They don't have. Hold on, let me just see if they got Peak. No, that's not it. Okay. I remember they used to sell it on Amazon, because I know Jared, was it that actually got it? Nexi? Okay, they don't sell it anymore on Amazon, the orthomolecular one. Okay, so yeah, it's the other two options basically. So I hope that is of interest in that regard. So thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. Thank you for your donation. Yeah, so don't waste your money on Menaquinone 7, DJ Projectus, or anyone else, because you don't even know your genetics and you may be a poor converter of Menaquinone. Unless you're basically Northeast Asian, then you may have better conversion rates, but why not get the animal form? Yeah, okay, the other one's cheaper, but yeah. Gave my mum the Pfizer arthritis info for her shoulder, so thanks for teaching me that. My mum's now, if she wants to try it, may just buy it herself. Yeah, so yeah, she needs things like taurine as well, because that will help improve things as well. So, but remember what we said about the vitamin, the blood pressure lowering. So if you got to be careful on that side. So keep that in mind always. That's nothing like pulling a leg. I'm gonna cheers to that. That is nice. Nothing like a bit of raw milk. Even nicer if it was right out of the tit, nice and warm. But anyway, we can't have everything in this world. Okay. I like Annika. But C is pronounced as chi. As in cheese, chi. Oh, okay. Anicca. So it's Anicca. Okay. But you prefer Annika. Okay. Fair enough. Who am I to basically disagree with you? Oh, Lucy, by a teaspoon, washed down by milk. Everybody finds their way. Yeah, I know. It's a struggle. It's a powdery thing, and I know. Look, yeah, I've got Dad on it, and he's been putting it in his yogurt, mid-evening yogurt. He puts it in with his taurine, 2 grams of taurine, 1 gram of 3 grams of leucine in the evening. He does one earlier, and he has to do it in like sort of a fluid thing. And I've actually showed him I said, Dad, just use a bit of cream, mix it up, and swallow it, and actually have a bit of water, and goes down. Because I said, you're just not going to die, because I showed him, and you just in water, it's a powdery thing, and just for whatever reason, you just can't dilute it. It just doesn't work. So so you've got to give up. But we're putting that in with the taurine and all that, and sort of building his muscles up, making him a strong man, or a strong old man. We'll try pork tenderloin wrapped in bacon this week. Oh, sounds good. I'm hungry already. Going to try 50% protein diet. See if I can get to the 6-pack abs. Yep. As I said, if you cut out all the discretionary stuff completely and just have a 1-to-1 protein, if you have a 1-to-1 protein and all to fat, in a sense, in terms of grams, you will end up basically, depending on if it's, I'm not talking about lean meats, but meats that don't have a lot of, they've had a bit of the fat trimmed off. There's a bit of fat in there and all that, just that sort of stuff. Your, what do they call the 18% or whatever, sort of fat to them or whatever. So you still getting fat for your hormones and all that. Not a problem there. The rest you'll get from your fat stores. And basically, you're upping the protein to try and build more tissue because of the leucine content, and so you'll build more tissue. It's a nice cut in that regard. So good luck with a bird. It's an old bodybuilder's trick. It's nothing, it's nothing that I invented. It's just something that I'm aware of. These things work physiologically. I mean, take a look at Bart. He's packing in the stuff. And that's even other people that I've actually done that have done it. Dom did it, Bjorn and a few others, and they just packed in the amount and basically ripped themselves. But as I said, when you're doing that, because you're also releasing a lot of fat soluble vitamins in the system, if you're supplementing any fat soluble vitamins, remove them completely. No retinol, no vitamin D, no, because you're releasing all this into your bloodstream, because you would have stored stuff into your fat cells. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. When you lose weight, do not consume any fat soluble vitamins. I'll say it again. Do not consume fat soluble vitamins when you're losing weight. Only B vitamins. Anyway, and you usually get those from the meat anyway. So you don't even need that unless you're trying to rebuild your gut microbiome. Very, very important that you don't do that. June, like Phoenix Nutrition in UK, very cheap. Not sure. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know the big sort of stuff, and I can only, if people can find from other sources or locally, buy it from locally if it's if it's a fair, decent price. When you compare your postage and handling and all these sort of things, it's not my money, it's your money. You make your own choices in that regard, which way you're going to go. Only if you go. I did a Pilates class, very interesting and quite a challenge. Plus, set up a weights program. Sounds good, my dear. Sounds good. Yes. Get those hips, tighten those muscles between your legs. Sounds good. Tighten a few other things as well, but we won't go into that. You know what I mean. I can't avoid being, anyway. Yeah. Anyway, move on, Harry, before you say too much. Let's move on. Step one. For 3 weeks, I'm full carnivore now. From eating up to 30% vegetables before that. I still have a bit of a problem with diarrhea, but strangely lost all desire for beef, only craving pork. Can I give into it? Why not? I love pork. Half the week I actually consume pork, mate. The other half I eat other stuff. I'm not a big beef eater like the other carnivores. So, nah. If you like pork, eat pork. Enjoy it in that regard. And you get a bit of taurine up to basically improve your gut microbiome rebalancing. So you can actually regulate your stomach and your gut and all that with taurine, and you'll be better for it. So, because if you do more of these foods, you tend to basically lose more taurine, which is in the water, by overcooking. Anyway, let's move on. Hubby looks like he might be fighting a bladder infection today. That doesn't sound good. Last thing he needs studying there on the Urals, thinking he has been overdoing coffee too. Coffee can exacerbate certain things and all that. The other thing is, is he taking things like, I'd put him on a bit of a supplement of taurine as well. In that regard, it helps to improve those sort of conditions. And yes, so you should have taurine at home to give him, don't you? Hopefully you have. Anyway, it can help in that regard. So, okay, so what was... Yep. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I enjoy pork. I enjoy bacon and stuff like that. I can eat far more than I can eat beef. I'll be honest. And I actually, if you give me lamb or beef, I'll eat lamb before I eat beef. I like lamb more than beef. So I know heresy within the community. I don't give a shit. Yes, we do. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. I actually ended up with a bladder infection with when I had my kidney stone incident. One of the 4 incidents. I was in hospital, so they sorted me out at the time. And then after that, they had to operate on me. No, no. They first operated, then I had the infection. That's right. Get it right. So I think it's, anyway, or the other way around. I can't remember now. So long ago. One of the two. I'll blame them rather than myself. It's a long time ago. But it happened at the same time. I think it was my third. Anyway, can't remember. So far back. He also had prostate issues over the last few years, but changes to his lifestyle got on top of it. However, I've noticed he's starting to slide back to into his old habit. Not very good. And vitamin D is very important, and retinol is very important for prostate cell proliferation, and also taurine for remodeling. So, yes, taurine supplementation, vitamin D maintenance good levels, and animal fat to get the retinol, which is the second major cofactor in those enzymes that regulate proliferation within the prostate gland. Very important. So spank him for not complying. Tracy, spank him. Exactly. That's exactly right. You go, girl. Robert, good to see you, mate. Harry with the juicy details. Oh, I just remembered milk. Very nice. Yummy. Wasn't made to take homemade bacon I smoked today. Yeah, I actually have to say the smoked bacon. Yeah, I do like it a lot. I think I've got an addiction to smoked bacon. Just the flavor, the woody flavor. It's just yeah. Anyway, You're making me hungry, Richard. God, you're making me absolutely hungry, so there's research that actually shows that that kidney, gallbladder type, there's a lot of those areas require to maintain. And remember, through the kidneys as well, you're also maintaining certain, the fluids that are moving in and out, and the stuff that has been excreted and all that. And so, obviously, if you've got less in terms of taurine in your kidneys as well, that seems to have a relationship with it. But lower, there's a higher propensity for these type of infections with a lower taurine level. Look, I know it's observational data. There is no experimental. We can't basically infect people and then give them high dose of taurine to see whether it eliminates it. But we do see that people that have got higher levels tend to be more prone. Lower levels of taurine in their system tend to be more prone to these type of infections. So, yeah. So that's why I'm saying you got nothing to lose, since, yes, it is associational data, but, give it a go, see what happens. How we seed our taurine. It's how my father does it. He puts it in his, little yogurt in the evening, and that's how he has it. So, yeah. Yep, it is as well. And so, and choline as well, anti-estrogen. Choline choline methylates away excess xenoestrogens. So it doesn't only merely inhibit slightly or whatever, it actually methylates away. Actually, the best way to get rid of excess estrogen is through the bile. That's how the body naturally does it, through the bile, getting it through. And the two things that help with that is choline and taurine. Again, animal foods have got the magic to deal with that sort of stuff. Sometimes we need to assist them a bit more because we're being compromised on being on non-species appropriate diets for a very long time. And we tend to build up more of these estrogens in our system. So we need a bit of help, short term or long term, for a certain period of time to clear that stuff out. Oh, there was a picture online recently where the goons put a kibble smoothie bowl in front of their cat. I guess in hope that the cat would follow a vegan diet. What are these people doing? Yeah, they're crazy. It's just, ignorant little shits that are basically completely and utterly deranged in their understanding of anything. So, yes, unfortunately, brainwashed little shits that basically are actually truly harming animals like a cat. Yes. Your ancestry is calling for pork or beef, Harry. Pork. My ancestry is primarily where my ancestry comes from. And I have pretty much shown you guys, I think, in the past, didn't I? I think I did. Let me find that, because I'm actually currently preparing. Where's the preparing for another video? No, not that one. Where'd I put it? Oops, not that one. No, that's the one that I'm doing on H. pylori. God. Too many open screens. That's not that one. Oops. It's on the gut one. Nope. 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 I must have shut it down. Anyway, shit happens. Anyway, for another time. Let's see if it goes straight in without me having to log in. But I'm still logged in because I can't remember my bloody password off the top of my head. Oh well, can't remember everything. It's too many bloody passwords to remember. And I don't store them because I don't trust anything, any software. It's either here or never online. Oh, there's my ancestry. And I will share my ancestry on the screen. Remove my that pretty much that region that I come from is more goat country, sheep country, stuff like that. It's, but pork is all over the country. But those, well, I've got, what was it? My second genetics come from that area. That does include an area which is beef country. That central part. I don't know how much of those genetics, because that's a wide area, between the island and the stuff like that. But within my family, mostly, my father loved sheep and goats, and tended to cook most. We used to buy a bit of beef, but we weren't. My family wasn't a big beef consumer. We were primarily lamb and basically goat. Dad loved goat, so he used to buy goat on a regular basis, and also we also consumed pork. So yeah, they were the three main dishes within the family that I grew up with, pretty much. So it was only when I actually outside the family that I had more experience consuming beef. So I never grew up, and so I'm not a big beef. I don't like patties and beef patties and stuff like that. That in that way, I don't mind eating beef in that way, but I really grew up. If you were to put a steak in front of me, a beef steak or a pork steak, I would always pick the pork if I had a preference. So, I think it's just my, what do you call it? Your taste buds, if they really get sensitized from a very young age. And so certain foods that you liked as a child, you still like as an adult, I think, I don't know whether it's an ancestral thing. As I showed you, I'm all over the place, from areas in the south, the north, both areas that are, all over the place in terms of the type of, foods. So is it a particular food? I got no idea. Should I have a preference? I don't think we really looked into genetics. I think most people, when we look at the N15 data, what do we find? We pretty much find that we consumed land animals primarily, and a bit of coastal fish or river fish. So I really think, honestly, that that our real, I'll get rid of this so I can actually see my list. Our real, am I muted? Am I muted? Is it working against? Is it back up again? Richard, am I still muted? Because I actually unmuted it. What happened? Is the audio back, guys? That's what I'm asking. And now it's working? Okay. So basically, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, my ancestry is all over the place in Greece, from areas that are predominantly both beef and goats and sheep. Pork is sort of celebrated everywhere, so is consumed everywhere in Greece. Not to a large extent, it's sort of like the poorer cousin, but I grew up in my family primarily consuming. Some people do consume far more than others. As a youngster, I used to buy a lot of pork. As a youngster, I used to go and buy souvlaki on a little skewer of pork. I loved it, and in lemon juice with oregano in lemon juice, and I loved it. And I grew up on that. And that's why I still put lemon juice. I've still got that preference. It's ingrained in my brain. I think it's taste buds that actually develop from a young age. I think that's really what it is. I think at the end of the day, our N15 data shows we're ancestral ruminant animals, primarily land animals, and some coastal or river fish. So, yeah, but Tracy says, I can't do lamb organs. I can actually do lamb organs. I prefer lamb liver than beef liver. So it's actually got more flavor. Beef, I don't really find it as interesting, or, so yeah. And Bjorn doesn't like it either, but I do. So yeah, look, as I said, I grew up with certain foods, and I think it's a preference more than anything else. DJ projectors, I don't personally think. I think that's another reason why a lot of young people nowadays, they've got all this kibble culture, and they have a preference for these sort of foods. I think that's where it's actually happening. So yeah. So yeah. We don't have good science, but I think it's a more psychological preference that you acquire from a young age. You get cultured in a sense, to have a preference for certain. Yep. Mm-hmm. So he tends to basically, he's a kidney stone former as well. Yes, stay off the kibble, tell him. So that can actually, small little stones that can get through, can actually sometimes get lodged and then cause some infection, can accumulate some bacteria and can cause some infection. So citric acid and stuff like that to get the things going, that can also help as well. Get him on some lemon juice, my dear. Get him on some lemon juice as well. Oh, you're kinky. Definitely. They're the two main cofactors for the enzymes that regulate the cell proliferation in both the breast tissue and in the prostate tissue, the key ones. And D is the main one, and A is the secondary one. So very much so. So I think the big explosion in prostate conditions around the world is because of the much higher levels of vitamin D deficiency and unregulated growth within the prostate due to fat-soluble vitamin deficiency, or animal-based and sun exposure deficiency, to put it bluntly. All my life, I had yellowish eyes. Oh, yes. Too much bilirubin. Doctor meant no problem. Was your doctor deranged? A genetic thing called possibly good for longevity, but now on Carney, I have white eyes again. Yes, because you've got actually choline and taurine in your system, taurine in particular, and taurine has actually fixed the problem. Taurine is the key thing with choline and minoquinone 4 that actually improve the functioning of the liver. Now that you've got, because minoquinone 4 is actually involved in bile synthesis, and so is basically taurine and emulsification and regulation, as I showed you in that other video. And basically you're eating those foods which are pretty much fixing the problem in the liver. So yes, look, it's like hemochromatosis. People get on an animal-based diet, and the hemochromatosis regulates itself. Why? Because taurine, being an osmolyte, not only regulates the key electrolytes, but also is involved in iron metabolism. So it plays a regulatory role there as well. So when you eat animal food, species appropriate foods, a lot of things start regulating properly and start working properly. Surprise, surprise. Even the gut starts working properly with taurine. The stomach secretes more acidity to kill off H. pylori and all that, and sort out SIBO. The enzymes, out of your pancreas, they start working better. All these, again, taurine there. Your gut motility, the way your gut works, actually gets improved and regulated by taurine. Meat is magical, isn't it? Yes. Surprise, surprise, why we've got all these problems nowadays. Yes. Because of the lack of it. Yes. G'day, Angela. Good to see you here, my dear. You should make your own bacon, Harry. It's easy. I'm too lazy. I've got too many things on my plate, Richard. God. And my butcher really makes really good smoked bacon, so why should I bother with the juicy details? Roy is the culprit. Oh, as always. Yes. Blaming the wrong person, aren't we, DJ projectors? Have you heard the pandemic is over in Ireland? Oh, is it? Almost all restrictions have lifted about bloody time. Yesterday, it's not happening here. 2 weeks ago, we nearly had manager Jabba the Hutty. Surprising turnaround, or what exactly? Some of this information is starting to come out, and people are starting to realise the bullshit. Yes. And as more of this, freedom of information requests are being made around the world, and information is coming out, it's starting to show, even in Australia, people who supposedly died with C19 or from. It's about 23% of the people that they claimed were actually in ICU and actually died from. And they tend to be very, very old and frail, which usually are the same age bracket that usually died traditionally from influenza. Surprise, surprise. Some of this bullshit is starting to now get out and starting to break the whole narrative. It's about bloody time, but it's still very slow here in Australia, in, basically the Soviet Union of Australia and basically the People's Republic of New Zealand over there. We still basically have the lunatics in charge that basically are out there with Jabba the Hutt, on a war hunt against anyone who doesn't comply. Crazy. Go to Western Australia, they've actually locked up Paul Blinky and torturing him and probing him. Well, that's my theory. We haven't seen him for a while. We're just speculating now. Yeah, exactly. Get it right, Richard. Oh, God. Oh, good morning as well, Bjorn. Good to see you, mate. Oh, basically, and do not forget it, kiddies. He's in a different league. Yes, very much. Some polys that are definitely scared about their careers, their long-term careers, because people have had enough of the bastards. Yeah, hopefully that starts filtering around the world and all this bullshit as well. Yeah, sick of it. My grandfather is Russian from Ukraine, but I don't speak Russian. I can understand it as my mum's tongue is Serbian. Okay. Pandemic is practically over. Ah, yes. Another plan is unfolding now, probably. Yes. They'll find something, some new enemy, some new thing. Yes, won't surprise me. The problem is, it's the way C19 isn't the problem. That's just a respiratory infection like the flu and stuff like that. The problem is the way the politicians manipulate and use things like that and stir fear in the population and then use it as a control mechanism. That's what the problem is. They'll find anything. It doesn't have to be a virus. It can be anything. And that's the problem. We need to push back and we need to start clearing some of these arseholes out of government, because if they're scared that they're going to lose and they're going to be kicked out, they're going to start, pulling their horns in and start behaving a bit more reasonably. You'll never control them properly because they're controlled by more powerful groups, but at least they'll be too scared to go too far the other way. Look, beef, sorry, ominous. I wanted to say lamb and I wrote beef. Okay. Yeah. Look, when it comes to beef and lamb, pork and lamb, I can't make up my mind which one I like the most. I'm really on that. That is an issue that if somebody put lamb and that in front of me, I'll go, I could not make up my mind. No, could not make up my mind. Yes, the goat would lose out unless it wanted some animal husbandry. That's a different thing altogether. But on the other fronts, it would definitely lose out. Yes. Well, I'm guessing my answer is here. Being from west coast of northern England and Scotland is sheep. If you say so, Tracy. Bah. Anyway, you were expecting that, I hope. Our admin lady in Ukraine is considered Russian due to debacle of the Soviet era. She can never get Ukrainian citizen, even though was born in Ukraine. Well, that's the problem with the discrimination that exists over there, which is a problem and all that. And I've actually said to people, they need to make, if they want to keep place together, they need to make it a neutral country, so it's not a threat to either Western Europe, Central Europe, or to the Russians themselves. It's because for the Russians, it's like an existential threat. It's a bit like the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's what it really is. People need to understand that. So for them, it's an existential threat that basically the two biggest invasions came through the Ukraine against, yes. So for them, historically, they do not want others to basically be very close to their borders, and it's understandable. Now, for administrative reasons, large parts of those regions were part of Russia in the past and then were handed administratively under Khrushchev in the Soviet era to the Ukraine. The Ukraine never had those territories. They were as a consequence of the breakup of the Soviet Union. So generally speaking, I can understand why those Russian speakers basically say, well, we're on the wrong side of the border. We should have been part of that other thing. In the modern world, it's really hard to, because of the geopolitics, all the other stuff. But I think a compromise deal of basically creating a federation in which people on the other side who are Russian speakers and, come from that background, at least can have equal rights. In a democracy, you'd expect that. I mean, why are we supporting these very far-right Nazis that are part of that sort of grouping? I think either two-state solution or basically a federated state. Having a federated state that basically creates an upper house where review type chamber. So because at the end of the day, you can't ignore half the population of the Ukraine as it is now, as the borders are now. That's just not a solution. You can't just say we're going to give rights to the ones on the west and ignore the ones on the east. Well, that's not very correct. You can't ignore that sort of population. You need to basically have, probably two state solution, two states in a federation with a lower house and an upper house, and the upper house is like a review, which forces the communities to work together, and a neutral status. So a signed agreement between the major powers for a neutral status, which basically means that nobody leaves, and it's both major powers in the world guarantee the sovereignty and independence then. So it's basically the best solution for the Ukrainians as well, if they really think about it, rather than basically being at each other's throats and potentially creating an existential like Cuban Missile Crisis for the Russians, and they invade. Because if I don't like Putin, I'll be quite frank, but anyone who would be in power in Russia would have the same existential threat as the Americans had with the Cuban Missile Crisis. You'd invade, basically. You've got no option. Otherwise, basically, you've got other adversary states on your border, deep into your heartland, very close to your border, at just kilometers away from your major capital cities and major cities in the European side of the Russian Federation. So it's an existential threat. It basically would mean it would cripple their capacity to be any credible power because of the existential threat they'd faced on their borders. So, yeah, people need to move away from the politics. And yes, some of the Russians have done not so pleasant things. That's true. But at the same time, do we want peace, or do we want to blow up the world by going crazy? So we've got to be very careful. And let's hope some sanity comes back into the conversation over there. Yes, because things are really getting hairy, very hairy. Which test are we talking about? Tracy, which test? Oh, 20. Oh, yes. The ancestral. I didn't do it for the ancestral. That was just a bonus. 23andMe. I did it for my genetics to find out what exactly ails me genetically, what susceptibilities I've got and stuff like that. So 23andMe I found has a better product. Plus they throw in the ancestral stuff, and the ancestral stuff is much more accurate than many of the others. You'll be surprised. They actually look at haplogroups, and the major genetics are in each different area. So if somebody's basically, let's say, Han, in the Han Chinese, what are the genes that all the Huns have in common? What are the genes that all the, the Germanics or this group or that group have, or Greeks or Arabs or whatever? Those are the dominant genes. And so you're related to those, and then others that may not be as dominant, and in that way whether you're from one, and they're haplogroups, so you can actually see exactly which groupings these genes are predominant in. That actually tells you much more, whether you've got genes from a specific background or not. Where these other things where they go on a country base, that's just nonsense. They're just telling you what you want to hear. It's lying, basically, or fabrication. You have to look at the haplogroups. And 23andMe never really, they used to do it from regions. So which regions that people come from? And they changed that, because I used to get like 30%. See, I have like my second genetic stuff comes from that central eastern part, with that island, that Long Island, where there were beef. Remember that island? Well, that island was the major colonial power that actually colonized Sicily, all that part. All those Greek colonies primarily came from that part. And so I used to get about 30% of my genes pointing that they were Sicilian, but they weren't. They were just Greek genes because of the from antiquity, the Greeks, predominantly the genes in the southern part of Italy are Greek. The people just don't anymore. They've lost their language. Well, there are still people, villages there that speak Greek and identify as Greek, but the majority of the population has now sort of melted into the Italian sort of society and no longer sort of knows their ancestry unless they do a genetic test. But they were looking at 23andMe from the regions you were from. So you were reporting, I come from this region, my parents and all that. And so they were doing it like that. And then they decided to scrap all that. They scrapped the whole lot. They and reconfigured all their stuff. And they said, no, we're going to look at the haplogroups. We're going to actually look at the certain genetics which are in the major ethnic groups. And that's what they did. And they found specific genetics in each ethnic group. So the 23andMe is much more accurate now than what it used to be. In the past, it was the ancestral stuff. Now it's really accurate. So it actually shows you exactly which haplogroups you're coming from, which ethnic groups, and because certain types, like Japanese or Han, because there are many different the Han Chinese are the dominant, but there are Cantonese Chinese and others of different types, which have different different haplogroups. And then you can actually know whether let's say you're in China as an example, and you basically were predominantly Han and had a bit of Tibetan in, but you would know exactly where. If you did the old test, I would tell you, oh, you're just basically predominantly in this area, which is inaccurate. Now they're actually looking at exactly, so you actually know how promiscuous you're with other people's your ancestors were, in a sense. I'm just joking, but you know what I mean. You actually get a much more accurate result. So if you want to really know your ancestry, mine's pretty uninteresting. It's made just from one ethnic group, one haplogroup. But other people have got very interesting. I've seen other people's online. I actually saw one person, he had literally this person was related to so many different parts of. He was in America, this guy, but his family seemed to, his past relatives seemed to, marry in different groups, and as a consequence, he ended up with all these different. He had a bit of, like 10% of this group, 10% of that group. He was the most polyethnic person. So he was surprised that, so yes, that person. But it is what it is. At the end, we've all come, if we go back to our original Hoppler groups, they all originate in Africa. So that's our ancestral roots. All humans are humans. We're all the same, and we're all part of the same species. Except the Vagoons. They're trying to degenerate into another species. Yes, let's just make that differentiation quite clear. Carnivore plants move as well. Some kind of movement anyway. Yeah. Sound. No sound. Oh, that's when we hit the no sound stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay. Speak louder. Wrong person. Get it right, Tracy. Get it right. God, who needs a spanking in your family? God almighty. Yeah, exactly. Who's Roy? Where have you been, Robert? Have you been hiding under a bushel or something, mate? That's a bit of Australiano lingo. Anyway, I can't even lip read. Oh, Richard, you're getting old, mate. You're getting old. Hi, Tracy, of the sheep ancestry. God. Yes. He's on the late shift. Yes. He's definitely on the late shift. That's Blinky actually gave me yeah. He said, "Oh, you look like Roy Orbison." Bloody Blinky. Oh God. So I took it on. I accepted the persona. Yes. I think he has a code. Negative. How dare you? Panocha. How dare you? Negative. See, negative. And that was the second test. See, if you don't, it's like if you get no line on the T, it's negative. How dare you say that? And I actually put 4 drops in that. That's why the control line is actually more intense. God. There's always a doubting Thomas amongst this crowd. What does one expect? Sounds with the ancestry. Yeah, I know. Got lost. Yes. But very, very unstable place at the moment on the planet. So yeah, worrying, very worrying. Yes. In order to get Bulgarian citizenship, she had to give away Ukraine because Ukraine does not allow. Okay, yeah. I'm lucky that Australia does allow, Greece does allow, and I'm a dual national, both an Australian citizen and a Greek citizen. So, which is good. Which when I was traveling to Europe, I was just able to show my ID card and just walk through the airport. I didn't even have to line up in the long things. I got through. I had basically, this was in Germany when I landed, and he goes, I gave him the Australian passport, and he looked at me and says, "You're in the wrong line," this German officer. And I go, "No, I'm not." And then I gave him the Greek ID, and he goes, "Oh, you're an EU citizen." And I said, "Yep." And so just basically noted it down. I think he scanned or something like that, and basically gave him my passport back and my Greek ID, and basically allowed me in. And while Andrew was waiting, my mate, in the long queue, of non-EU citizens. So I got through. I went to the toilet, cleaned myself up, was drinking, got myself ready and all that. So I said, "You're bloody late. Where have you been?" Just to rub it in. Yes. Oh yeah. I wonder if we should eat according to our ancestry, if that argument holds anyway. Yeah. If we go right back, our ancestry was, mammoths and all that. If you find me a mammoth, let's go out and hunt it. Yeah. So I think ruminant animals is the key thing, but I think we're pretty much good with many animal sources. So I don't think we need to worry too much. So, yes. Can your husband give you a good spanking for saying that? How dare you? The only problem is you'd probably enjoy it. That's the only problem. Oh, God. Wait for the penny to drop later. Oh, God. We're amongst a whole lot of friends, aren't we here? You're on my side, aren't you, Bert? No? Oh, God. No friends whatsoever for Roy. Yeah. Like me, exactly. The birds. Yes. Yes, I'm okay. Well, mentally, yes. Well, they keep on telling me that. I tried lamb liver yesterday for the first time. Tasted a bit weird, but I ate it anyway for the nutrition. Can't say I'm really a fan through. Fair enough. Everybody's got their little anti-lamb. God. Discriminator. Oops. G'day, Ness. Thanks for reminding me about the milk. Yummy, 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 yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I can't do lamb organs. Fair enough, Tracy. Tried lamb liver once. No thanks. You're a bunch of soft cocks. That's all I can say. God. Poofers are mainly stored in the body fat, right? I ate shitloads of vegetable oil in my life, but have only about 10% body fat. Do I still have to take for 5 years to get rid of it? I have no idea what your storage levels are. And since you ate it to a certain extent, you probably have some stored stuff. I would still probably take a couple of years just to be on the safe side. Probably at least 3 years at a minimum. If you've got lower fat stores, you're probably going to have turnover of that a bit more rapidly. Most people, it's usually between 5 or 7 years, depending on how much fat stores they have, and also when they're losing fat. I mostly recommend when people are losing fat, like they're basically losing fat weight from their body, that they should basically, when they're doing a cut or stuff like that, that they basically should be using that sort of stuff. It's mainly as a way to be a bit more protective for the mitochondria, because we've already damaged our mitochondria with high deuterium foods. Let's try and protect them and not damage them any further, is my sort of view on that. So that's, and also cardiolipin, which is after complex 4, is very sensitive to, because it actually is made of PUFA. So if you incorporate the wrong sort of stuff, which is oxidized and stuff like that, you actually create problems in the mitochondrial potential. The sort of the gradient for ATP synthase, and you can drop the energy production. So it's really important to protect the cardiolipin. And so it is an electron donor that actually that does cover both cardiolipin and also bilayer of the cell membranes, and of also those layers of also the mitochondria as well. So yeah, it's more of a, let's say, an insurance policy in a sense, because when you damage mitochondria, it's much harder to rebuild and repair mitochondria. And even if you basically cause biogenesis, it's a cloning. So if it's a damaged mitochondria, you're just cloning another damaged one. So it's still problematic. You really need to try and heal them and repair them and reduce the amount of damage. And so we don't want to add to the damage. That's the only reason why I recommend it. You're not on an ancestral diet. You've just come off a non-ancestral diet to an ancestral diet. It doesn't mean you've basically completely fixed up everything. So, but anyway, that's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I would, at least 3 years minimum. But that's my personal opinion, what I would do. Yes, I value longevity. And if you value longevity, you'd do the same thing. More important than anything else. Never tried lamb organs by themselves. Fair enough. Give them a try. You never know. You may like them. Yeah, I think that's probably also a preference, I think, as well, because you and Richard was raised. I was also raised on a lot of lamb. We in particular had goat and lamb, and they're very similar in terms of the foods and organ meats and all that. When I was a young, this is back when in the 60s and 70s when I was a young child, and this before we got onto the low fat craze and all that and changed our diets. But in those days, yeah, there was a lot of that sort of being eaten. But also we were much healthier. We were out in the sun getting good levels of vitamin D. We didn't put any cream on us. We're running around. So we balanced our retinol to vitamin D levels, minoquinone 4 from the dairy products, because, it was a very different life back then. Yeah. And it's much harder today to replicate with the sort of food supply that we've got, which has been sort of bastardized and modified to such a horrendous level. You can't trust anything. You really have to research everything before you put it in your mouth, which is ridiculous. Back then, you didn't have to. There you go. You've got another person that prefers beef, Sammy as well. Yeah, it's, each to their preference. That is the way it goes. Don't get me started on stories. I'll end up like Harry. That's why we've relegated him. When I was full-time kibble eater. I like that. I would probably gag eating any organs. Now my taste preferences have completely transformed. Yeah, things do change. That's true. Yes, I like that. Full-time kibble eater. Yes. Save it for the Zoom. Yeah, exactly. For Richard, yeah, you should save it for the Zoom. Yeah, he does. Yes, he's in and out, in and out. What would you suggest to an elderly woman who lost a lot of muscle mass and strength after C19 license? She is reluctant to eat meat. Really? Oh, God. I definitely have it on taurine. I definitely have it on a leucine supplement. And I will definitely have her on vitamin D, because vitamin D also helps with increasing muscle density and bone mineral density, and also minoquinone 4. Unless she eats cheeses and stuff like that and gets a certain level of minoquinone 4, she probably doesn't need supplement, because it's always harder for these people because they're not used to supplementing. So, but I definitely would get the leucine, the taurine, because it's an amino transporter as well, but also it will mop up a lot of actual damage and around the body as well. So you really need to get your T lymphocytes up, because if you're going to clean up all the damage, you need taurine and vitamin D. Critical, those two. And for the sarcopenia muscle mass, because she doesn't consume a lot of protein, she probably needs the leucine as well. So any taurine amino transporting that actually happens, she can drive that in to the muscles to try and actually, and even some turnover, cellular turnover, can also be driven into the actual muscles. And I'd put her on minimum 6 grams, 3 grams minimum twice a day. So around about midday with a lunch meal and the evening meal. And the taurine, I'd split it up between 2 grams in midday, 2 grams in the evening. And the vitamin D at 11 o'clock, always at 11 o'clock, vitamin D, never in the evening. I know I've heard other people say, oh, yeah, you can have it any time. Nah, that's bullshit. It can interfere with circadian rhythms. Not a good idea. So it has a negative effect on melatonin and circadian signaling. Not the right thing. You get it at lunchtime. That's when between 10:30 and 11 and 3 or 2 o'clock, 2:30, depending on the time of the year, the most intense. So that's the best signaling time. Yes, exactly. Very good for the sarcopenia side. Yes, for the muscle mass and all that. Yeah, look, I know it's hard for trying. And also, Nick, another thing is, will she consume a protein powder? So if she consumes a protein powder, she takes taurine, which will bring more of those amino acids into her body, and then the leucine will drive it into muscle protein synthesis. So will she do that? So she may be, you may be able to convince her to do a smoothie, midday smoothie, and put in, 6 grams. Because if you can do a smoothie, then I'd put 6 grams of leucine together with 2 grams of taurine, together with the protein stuff, and maybe some blueberries or whatever. Not that I'm not promoting this sort of stuff, but we're trying to get it for palatability, and maybe she'll consume it. I know it's hard. I mean, I struggled with my father for a while to turn him around, but yeah, now he's much stronger and much wiser, and he realizes the benefit. But yes, it can be a problem. We're still using the same old Zoom link. I haven't actually deleted it because Richard asked me, can you leave it so we can come in and out whenever we feel like it? And I said, fine. So I left it. So it's probably been the longest Zoom thing. I don't know whether at some point it may automatically be removed. Potentially, could be by basically the company itself. I've had one of the others, the older ones that I forgot, got removed. So eventually, I suspect they will remove it. So given time in that regard. So anyway, in that regard. Okay, so let's move on. Do you have any videos or plan to do any heavy metal controversy with seafood? Heavy metals controversy. I've already done one. Mercury. Just go and check. If you Google. Right. Okay. This is the one that I did ages ago. And Is this going to come up? Okay, come on. What is wrong with you? Oh, go away. Okay, videos. It's a real old one. I did probably at the beginning of my, it's right at the bottom. It's one of the oldest videos that I've actually done. I thought with everybody concerned about mercury in fish and stuff like that, whatever, that it would get more traction, but it didn't. So it was done about a year ago, this one. Oh, so it's not as, I thought it was older. Anyway, it's not. So let me share. So it's this one here. It's called Mercury and Selenium Content in Seafood. I probably should basically rename it to something else, a bit more catchy. Yeah, I was using very boring type stuff back then. So I will throw that. But I have the ratios. So there's selenium, there's mercury, and there's a ratio. And as you can see, it's basically in a Hg to selenium, and this is micro per kilogram. And so these are the lower the number, the lower the ratio, so to speak. So even with low molar ratio, so the low ratio, the better, but keep the mercury intake below 50 micrograms. So when you're looking at something like this, it's a bit on the high side. So Norwegian cod has only got 13. So that's, 170 grams or 6 ounces. So you can actually basically have double that, like 12 ounces or 340 grams of Norwegian cod, and you're only going to get 26, which is half the sort of recommended intake per day, where certain other stuff you can only have much less because they've got more content and stuff like that. And then there's a lot of other ratios, and I'll get a commercial. Fantastic. I don't have, like, you don't have to hear the audio. So there's a whole lot of others, like sole is very low, and sardines are a bit on the 170. I wouldn't go higher per day. There's mackerel, a whole lot of other things. So these are all the different fish, and I did all these calculations for you. And these are other types as well. Oops, let's move on. Yep, and these are like shellfish, the edible shells like clams, crab. They tend to be much lower and have much more selenium. They're like the crustaceans, they are very, very low. And even squid, as you can see, has fairly low. Octopus is very low again, 6. You can eat shitloads of octopus, very hard to get anything. So mussels, also pretty low and very high in selenium. As you can see, the difference is massive. So that's why I say mussels are really good, even for people who are vegoons that are looking for an alternative, which sort of cruelty-free animal product. Mussels are pretty good. These crustaceans type things, for their own ideological nonsense. If you're trying to get them to eat something to get their minerals and B12 and a whole lot of other things. So, yeah, so pretty much we will get rid of that. And I'll stick that in the that's the seafood one. So you've got it now in that regard. So if you haven't looked at it, check it out. You'll get a lot of information. And remember that, when we have a good gallbladder, most of like manganese, 90%, and most other minerals get excreted either from the kidneys or from the liver, basically through your bile into your feces. So if you've got a poor functioning gallbladder, if your gallbladder is sluggish, not working properly due to not eating enough meat and getting enough taurine to emulsify the stuff, you will have difficulty excreting heavy metals. Simple as that. So no amount of detox that your naturopath will put you on or some bullshit detox is going to help if you've got a poor functioning, your two, detoxification organs in your body. Well, 3, your lungs, your kidneys and your liver. But when it comes to heavy metals, it's primarily your kidneys and your liver or through your gallbladder. So, yeah. So basically, if you're not having a good functional because you're not getting enough taurine in your diet, you're on a vagoonerized diet, well, then you're going to have problems excreting. And this is why vagoons go to their naturopaths and have all these stupid, constantly they're basically detoxing because they don't realize that it's basically those 2 organs that need to be supported with taurine to function properly, to excrete. Remember, mineral homeostasis is regulated by the kidneys. And what actually do the kidneys require to regulate the minerals? The osmolyte. And what is the osmolyte? Taurine. And where do you get taurine? Oh, surprise, surprise, animal foods. Exactly. That is why they are overrepresentative in the naturopathic world, the vagoons, for detox requirements. If they only ate a steak, they'd be fine. Yes. We do. Yes. She's always doing things around the house. Do you remember Richard? She'll run outside doing this sort of things and all that. Busy lady. She's always on the go. Yes, exactly. And that as well, if she can tolerate it. Yeah, if we can get a protein thing, some sort of protein into her, yes. With a bit of leucine to drive that sort of stuff in, one can only hope. But then again, really hard with some elderly people that when they're stuck in their ways. But he's got a few ideas now. Hopefully, he can push that along. You must have. Yes, I can. Exactly. And the leucine video is there for anyone to go and see it. I thought that video would do much better than it did. I'm disappointed. I thought that it would explode. It would actually explode my channel, the leucine video. It was so good. I thought it was good. I'm disappointed that it didn't actually get more traction. So, no, anyway, shit happens. Can't have everything in life, as they say. But, yes, it should have done much better than it actually did. So, don't know why it didn't. Bit disappointing. Anyway, as they say, shit happens. And this is the loose scene video. So if anybody hasn't seen it, why the hell not? Why haven't you seen it? Yes, there's the loose scene video. Yes, and that actually, right at the end, it's where it covers that sort of stuff. And that's what I base my dirty fasting, in terms of still getting the autophagy without the muscle loss in longer fasts. So, in longer dirty fasts, as I call them. We've got research to back it up. So, we'll go with that. Billy and Joe talked about Dedia Koof coming. Oh, really? Catch his plan. Look, I don't look. If something comes, it's not going to be because he basically talks about all these end of things, and a lot of the things that he's actually claimed are possibly going to happen haven't happened. So he just basically likes to jump on these bandwagons to feel important that he predicted things. I think he's got issues. Let's put it that way, in that regard. So, but if something ended up, it'd just be, the one that I fear the most is Ebola. It does have corona type features, Ebola. And so it is a problem out there. At the moment, it's well contained. But yes, you never know how it could evolve. The last time it was around, it was far more, it actually spread further. It wasn't as deadly as the previous one. So it actually, because as long as you don't kill the host and you can spread it further, you can get it further. So as it evolves, it will become less deadly, but it will still be quite deadly. That could potentially become a pandemic, a true pandemic, like in 1918, if it ever really got any traction. But currently, it's not a problem, thankfully. For that one, I'd definitely head for the hills. So, but yeah. Oh, look, there's been talks about all sorts of viruses out there that potentially could go really bad, like Ebola, which I just mentioned, but a number of others, like for instance tuberculosis, like mutating and becoming really lethal or dangerous or an easy spreader. There's a lot of different ones out there that people keep on talking about, but will they happen in our lifetime? No idea. Absolutely no idea, Ness. But you can be guaranteed that these cockwombles will jump on the bandwagon to push their own political agendas. They're not doing it for public health. You got to understand, these people are more interested, not for people. It's just a fear and control over people that they're interested in, because we've had in the past pandemics like polio, 1918 and all that. We never basically took away our freedoms because we had those things. It is nonsense. And we as carnivores have very strong immune systems with good T lymphocytes because of taurine and vitamin D. We're going to be the real survivors, and we need to be the beacons. There is hope for the rest of the community and say, go back to your ancestral way of eating, embrace the sun, and yes, stuff like that, and fear less the diseases that are around, because they've always been around, even more lethal ones. I mean, the bubonic plague took out a third of the population of Europe. Let's be honest. There have been quite severe ones, and they will be again in the future. It's a question of politically how they are managed and used, and the word is used. And these arseholes like to use things to manipulate and control people. They're not doing it for our interests or our health, unfortunately. Exactly. I just said, yeah. Occasionally I'll when I'm I'm recording something, I'll cut them off, and they know, and they'll come back in a half an hour later and check. So, but I haven't removed it now. As I said, potentially, eventually Zoom will delete it, and I'll have to create a new one. So, for me, it's obviously it's fully paid up for the whole, so we can run it. There is no I've paid for a whole year, unlimited. So obviously they don't like you running meetings continuously for hours upon it. They will cut you off automatically, and we've seen that where you've dropped out, even though I've transferred the host to Richard and it's just dropped out. So obviously they have a certain restriction of bandwidth, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that nasty Harry. So unsociable. Yeah, exactly. Why not? I pop in occasionally. I haven't done it recently, but I do, and I will. Oh, look, there's too many things to do. You saw my list. I showed it this morning. 95 emails. I mean, I'd got them below 70, and they grew back up to over 95. So I got more emails than you can poke a stick at. And they are ones that where, leaving a comment, I pretty much do my comments very fast. Somebody leaves a comment, I give them if they thank me and all that, I usually give them a love thing. And if they ask for specific, I just give them a little comment, done. That I can do that on the fly very quickly. But when you're basically somebody is coming with an ailment and they want, some details of how to go around a protocol and, certain things that they may need to test for and stuff like that. That's like an email consultation. So that takes time to get through, and I'm weeks behind. I think I've just come below the 5 weeks. So I'm over a month. This is, before we're talking about, whole of January and half of December. So that's how far back I am with my emails. So I've got so many, and they grew again today. Today that I looked at them, because I actually brought it up on the screen just to show people how many there were. So it was 70 odd when I talked to Little, and I showed her, and she goes, "Oh," and I go, "Yeah, I've got it just below," and then it's ballooned out again. But it is what it. Yeah. So yeah, I do not have the time. I wish I had the time, but earlier days I had more time. But I did pop in once or twice. But now I'm sort of so bloody busy. Yeah. And that as well. I don't record, and I don't permit recording. I've deliberately prevent anyone from recording. Because I think it's a privacy thing. I don't, and I've said I will ban people from my channel completely if they do anything naughty like that, like use other software, because it's a privacy thing. People are there to just discuss amongst ourselves privately. Simple as that. Yeah, very much so. It was badly managed, the whole breakup. It was a multi-ethnic state which should have been broken up properly within the legal framework, and it never was done. Basically, the Ukrainian leader, the Russian leader, Yeltsin at the time, and the Belarus and Kazakhstan leaders got together, toppled Gorbachev, and basically rewrote the rule book. Basically, they actually overthrew their government, the state governments. That's what they did. Illegally breaking up, was recognized after the fact by many countries, but it was an illegal in terms of the constitutional, as office bearers. So, yeah. And the consequences are the ones that we find today. So, It could have been managed much better, and it also could have been managed much better to bring part of that world. I would have preferred, had the European Union extended all the way even into Russia. And what that would have done is would have normalized relationships with all those countries in a way. NATO wasn't necessary, because once you're basically in part of the same, you're trading amongst yourselves, you've got common interests and all that. You know what? There's less, and basically it also solved the European Union's energy requirements and mineral requirements, because Russia is a vast landmass. The whole reason why the Europeans have been invading Russia for a very long time is for their raw materials. If they're part of the common market, well, you don't need to do that. They're part of the common market. You trade with them as part of a member of the common market. It could have resolved a lot of problems. It was extremely poorly handled, and there was shit leadership in Europe, and they didn't grasp the potential to basically create a new future for the Eurasian region. But that's history now. It's they've basically, even this is how crazy it is. Russia actually asked to join NATO and was told no. Can you imagine if Russia was part of EU, NATO, and all that? There'd be no conflict amongst these countries. They'd all be respecting each other's borders. They'd all be basically accepting that, they'd be trading with each other. They'd be more normal. They'd be part of the same family, so to speak. But, unfortunately, we had the Brzezinskiites in the State Department, who basically still viewed Russia as the enemy. They couldn't get beyond the Cold War, these people, and they manipulated the politicians. That's part of the deep state in the US, and it's still there, basically. It's the people that basically have funded all the terrorist organizations around the world is the State Department. They are the most criminal entity within. They are hated within by many of the other, like the Defense Department, all that. Don't really think much, but the State Department is basically a law unto themselves, with a whole lot of think tanks and a very powerful friends behind them, pushing an agenda for global dominance. That is why they don't have many friends outside their own inner circle. And they create a lot of problems within the US alliances with other countries because of their, we're going to tell you, you're not going to tell us attitude. You don't make friends that way, So they are as arrogant and even more arrogant than past empires. So they wonder why people are pissed off with them. And so these are the people who are driving us to a third world war. Fucking crazy. When they could have reset the world very differently. But, that would mean that they would have to be equal partners with a whole lot of people and not be the dominant. Yeah. Went to their head, like all empires, goes to their bloody head, unfortunately. And a lot of the Americans realize that as well. That's why a lot of the Americans are turning against their own government, because they realize these people are basically been using them as cannon fodder for their dirty little wars around the world. And they've created a lot of enemies for the US people, when the US people are very good people, love democracy, love freedom. They're very good people, But unfortunately, as Eisenhower said, the military-industrial complex with these powerful elites have taken over the political establishment in America, and are basically, they are drunk on power is the word to describe. They are drunk on power and think that they can do anything. Yes, that's the problem, unfortunately. Yes. If you have time, nutritionist called Nutrivore published an article on how seed oils aren't bad for you. Are they kidding? I'll link it. Yeah. Leave me, or send me something. Or if it can't link, just send me an email and I'll take a look at it. Definitely. Yeah. Would love to make a video on it. Yeah, I will. Yeah, in that regard. Yeah, it's just nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. It's basically mitochondrial poison and cellular poison. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, Seed oil that is basically cold pressed, unrefined, extra virgin type oil that has less aldehydes and has less oxidative products compared to the commercial stuff. But that in the segment of the market is like sometimes, less than 1%. It's like a specialty product, or it's used in certain products like beauty products, like traces amounts. But even that, because it's got a higher PUFA content that's been removed from the actual food itself, the structure which stabilizes it, it's going to basically much easier be oxidized in the presence of oxygen. So yeah, and heat. It's just a reality. But who knows? This guy must be completely nuts. He must be a young person, completely ignorant, and looking at some sort of stupid studies that are out there, and there are plenty. All these epidemiological ones where they blame the meat, not the seed oil. Yeah, I've seen all the garbage. Absolute garbage, excrement. Yeah. Put him on my radar. I'll check him out. And AG, if he's more suitable for an attack by Bart, I'll let Bart know, and he can do the attack because he's really into that sort of stuff. Because it may be basically, something that the level of sophistication of what he's arguing is so poor that it's a waste of time, my energy, in a sense. I go after really credible opponents like Ray Pete and people like that. I'm not really interested in sort of just idiots, but they're good for a laugh, and we can have Bart with Ted literally ripping strips out of this guy. So there's always the humor value. Let's not forget. Do you have to spread the lemon juice consumption over the whole day? No, I don't use lemon juice. I use lemon juice only on pork. Only on pork. It's just the way I've grown up. I grew up having pork with lemon juice, and I like it. It just gives it has a flavor that I enjoy. So yeah, it's something that I grew up with. So it's not I don't use lemon juice for any particular reason. I did in the past for oxalate dumping and stuff like that, yes. And I use nowadays for oxalate dumping, I use like citric acid supplementation, because it's actually got more citric acid than what lemon juice has. And I use that for more successfully being able to clear. Lemon juice is not too bad, but it's not as these supplements where you really get high doses of citric acid to clear up all that stuff in that regard. It can loosen your stools as well, and it's a bit, it's a bit of but it's a good to clear out all the oxalate and stuff like that. Way better than lemon juice will. Lemon juice will do it, but much slower over a longer period of time. I use lemon juice. If you've got no alternative, you've got no access to citric acid, then lemon juice, yes. And that'll be slower, but also you won't get any potential, like looseness, so to speak. But at the same thing, I enjoy it with my pork, particular. Not any, pork and fish. But I put first the butter on the fish, and then I put the lemon juice. So yes, I have specific things, and I'll do it with all fish. Tuna, I don't care what fish it is. I love it with, fish on top of that, because it does have a lot of fat. Fish, and you've got to put a bit of fat on it. I put the butter, and then I whack on the lemon juice, and yes. So those two foods, yes, I definitely put lemon juice, and it's not for any other reason. It's basically for taste. No other reason whatsoever. Yep. New Zealand time is 2 hours ahead of Australian Eastern Standard Time daylight savings. So if you're in Queensland, it's 3 hours ahead, New Zealand. If you're not, yes. Harry, when I had back some cauliflower or broccoli to eat. Too many eggs while carnivore. I feel it as through my skin breaks out. Yeah, you're reacting. Could this be the sulfur methylation issue? It could be. It could be. Hard to say. There are a number of reasons that people break out. There are genetic and non-genetic reasons. There's gut microbiome issues that may be changed. And so you may, so there could be a few reasons. So you'd have to investigate it before we knew exactly. But yeah, it can be that as well. But why would you want to put that sort of stuff back in anyway? It's contraindicated, AG. Yep. I've connected family lines too. My biology, parental family lines is not what I thought. Yep. One thing that I've actually found is a lot of second cousins and around the world, especially in the US, quite a few second cousins. And I have hooked up with some of them, or I've kept in a bit of contact with some of them. More the women seem to basically interact with me than the men, for whatever reason. Don't care. But so I've had a number of people, and all from my father's side. So there's none from my mother's side. And that doesn't surprise me because it was primarily out of my mother's side. It was only her brother that actually ended up in Australia and brought my mother and auntie over here. One of my aunties, not both of them. So that was the only reason. Where from my father's side, there were quite a few that immigrated, not because, the ones that immigrated, none that really, there was only 2 family members. Dad's direct youngest brother, Dad brought him out to Hobart, paid for his trip. And then there's also, I think I know of one family who is Dad's second cousin, and I've met him, and I've met their child as well. She's a young lady, so and we sort of Facebook thing, stuff like that. She sort of sends me little messages now and then, and I sort of her. So we're third cousins. And then I've met a few others online from my father's side only on 23andMe, and they are all from in the US. There's a couple and a few other places in Europe and elsewhere, but the majority are in the US. So that was interesting. Yes, quite a few of them have done very well for themselves. A few of them in many academic places, so I was surprised. So there you go. Anyway, what type of thing would be looking at 23andMe analysis? I think I'm getting one, but not sure how to read it. There's a couple. I'm going to do I did actually provide sort of a methylation and a whole lot of other things for Jared. I'm going to look. I've been saying I'm going to do a video, but I'm going to do a video at some time in the next 3 months. So it'll either be February or March, and it will be on all the stuff that you can actually, there's a whole lot of free services you can use to find out your methylation status, detox pathways, and so you can actually then see whether you've got any vulnerabilities there, so your tolerance to certain things. And so there's a lot of different, and there's some paid services and all that, some that are pretty good, others are and so I'll actually show some of that sort of stuff as well, and people then can actually load up their stuff. So they give you like a zip file, which has got the text file in it and all that. And what you do is you upload it to these sites, and then they give you this rundown of, depending on what services they provide, and stuff like that. So then at the interpretation, you've got to be very careful with interpretation. So when you look at SNPpedia and look at, is this from associational studies, or is this basically truly potential problematic? So you've got to be very careful because they have links back to studies. You have to understand the studies. So it's not an easy thing, because sometimes people think, oh, it's the end of the world, I've got something. Well, no, it may not be a problem at all. So you really have to that. There are services you can actually get a full rundown, and they're not badly priced, and they will tell you quite. I've done my own research, but mate, I'm not prepared to do anybody else's research. I can give you the sites and stuff like that where you can get that research. It is to do it yourself without actually going through these websites is very laborious. I spent, now in hindsight, if I was doing it from the scratch, I would pay for it because it was so laborious. I spent months going through Snippedia, through studies and all that. And yeah, and got the same result. I would have got to pay a few $100 extra and would have got the same results from a number of websites, especially now. Back then it was sort of, they weren't as good. Now some of the sites are fairly good in giving you a bit of a rundown, a breakdown compared to when I did it some time back. So yes. Yep, I will. And where you can actually stuff. But no, I do not. As I said, I don't do paid consultancies or anything like that. I'll just provide you the information, and then you can go and actually do it, get your own service in that regard. So I just accept donations, stuff like that. That's fine. I've got no problems like Richard does for the Zoom and stuff like that, many others. That's, yeah. But I don't do, and I very rarely do consultancies because I don't have the time. I've got a day job. I sometimes do it in really rare circumstances when people have got like cancer and stuff like that, and they're really in a difficult spot and really need help. And so I do a sort of a one-off private consultancy, a free. I never ask for money, and we go through some of the stuff and what they can do and some of the things. And yeah, so that's my approach. So there are other people that have got much higher priority than somebody's genetic tests. That has a very low priority in my book because this isn't a money thing for me. If I want to make money, this is not, I make money in stocks, things like that, equities, and basically doing work. Unless you're selling a product on YouTube and stuff like that, you're not making even, many others. They have to sell some product or whatever. There's no other way. The old days, there was probably a bit more income if you had millions of subscribers, but yeah, I don't see myself becoming one of those millions of subscriber type channels, especially when I don't promote the bullshit and I don't basically do all the other stuff. So this is more me giving back something to the community, pretty much. So anyway, my dad did like Roy Orbison. Oh, he's a great man then. He's a great man. He likes very soft and soapy songs that will put you to sleep. He doesn't like anything remotely heavier with music. Hope I don't put you to sleep. What's your opinion about Bart's dysbiosis on a carny priming challenge? I haven't had to talk to him. I've seen the video, but I haven't had a chat with him and all that. I will be doing a video this week, which covers these sort of things. And taurine is one thing. He overcooks his meat, which he basically, in the water content, he removes most of his taurine as a consequence. And I think he really needs to up his taurine levels to sort out his gut microbiome and improve it, because it is so important. You'll understand when I do the video. I may send him a link and tell him, check this out and apply it to sort something out that has been pestering him for some time. So you'll have to wait and you'll understand when I do the video nests what I mean, without giving up too much away at this stage. Would birds as forward show in the N15 data, or does it register the same? Yeah, it does show in the all N15 data has to do with from animal sources. But then we look at a number of other biomarkers like the carbon. The carbon content of different animals is slightly different. So if an animal like a ruminant is consuming grass, the grass, all grasses are basically C4 carbon type grasses, okay? Now, when an animal eats that grass and then you eat the animal, you end up with two things. A delta 15 nitrogen isotope, very high, and you also end up with another isotope which is called delta 13 carbon. And that delta 13 carbon is indicative of a source coming from C4 plants. And that's how we can actually, from that, work out, okay, the majority is in the bones is delta 13 carbon, and the N15 is the highest source of the nitrogen source. So it is basically a ruminant animal, the main food. That's how we worked it out. If it was basically other animals, there'd be other isotopes that would be much higher. Sometimes we get sort of like selenium, which gives us an idea of the areas of a specific area where the different selenium concentrations in the soil will tell you where they are hunting or that sort of stuff. And then there are some other minerals and stuff like that and isotopes that can be in high concentrations for other animals and other sources in that regard. But primarily our data for the long bones over hundreds of thousands of years is very much pointing to the majority of the diet came from ruminant animals, and a very small amount came from fish, and very tiny amount came from birds. So pretty much it's ruminant, a bit of fish, and very tiny amount of bird sources. So that's what the data says. So that's what we can only go on, what our ancestral adaptation is. But it doesn't mean that a bird source is toxic to us. No, it's an animal product, so it's not going to be a problem. So we still consumed it. We've still had thousands and thousands of years of eating different types of birds, not like our domesticated birds, which we've modified, but they were still birds, which originate from dinosaurs. So we still ate some, and we still ate little piglets. I mean, even the chimpanzees eat little piglets. So eating piglets goes way back. So anybody that says, "Oh, pork, oh, it's a no." All the way back, we were consuming piglets, even chimpanzees, and our common ancestor, everything. So that's nonsense as well. It's more vagunarized or crap propaganda. So yes, and chimps not only hunt small monkeys, but they also hunt small piglets, baby piglets, to be more precise. Anyway, and so yes, so when it comes to animal foods, we've got a lot of adaptation going way, way back. But what we consume the most? It was ruminant animals. So that's what the data shows by looking at those isotope combinations. Psychedelic. Tom, good to see you, mate. Put on some Village People, Tracy. What do I go? That YMCA, whatever. Yeah. CPR. I fired up my old juicer to try and kick H. pylori's ass after antibiotics failed. I'm trying the old cabbage juice cure. Okay. Oh, is that what that link was? Okay. Yeah, look, you might as well try it, but I'll tell you one thing. I will do a high dose taurine. There's good research that it suppresses and knocks for 6 H. pylori. So, because it really acidifies the stomach and really knocks for 6, and also takes out SIBO as well, any SIBO that can happen due to H. pylori. So the other thing with H. pylori as well, that Reuteri, that Reuteri, the Swedish strain of Reuteri, that one, that also can kill off. So if you hit it with Reuteri, you hit it basically, you can try the cabbage thing as well, and with good research on hitting it with taurine, very high doses, and bringing down the acidity levels, we can clear it out of the stomach. So, yes, that's what you want to really do. So you'd have to go up to about 8 to 10 milligrams. You're young. You're not on blood pressure meds, so you don't have to worry. You can go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you can do 2, 2, 2 every couple of days and just move it up. So just to give your body the ability, because it's an osmolite, just to basically not, in that regard. And keep on that for a couple of weeks, and that should sort the problem out. Who doesn't love Eminem? A bit of rudeness. I knew you're a rude girl. I knew you were. Oops. I'll look at it later. BGs are the bomb. God. So many 80s people here. Hand in my Carnivore card. Nah, we're not like the Vagoons, Bjorn. We're not like the Vagoons. We're definitely not like the Vagoons. Yes, sulfur amino acid, yes, very important for the methylation side of things. Yes, methionine playing a big role. Go and check that homocysteine video. I'm surprised you can link things in the chat. Yeah, you can. If you're basically a moderator, you can. So, yes. So that's how it works. And if you're not a moderator, all you need to do is basically, so now you know, Robert, all you need to do is basically put the title, and then one of the moderators can Google it and put in the link. So, but in your case, you don't have to Google it. You can just put it in because you're a moderator. I've tried linking research to disprove Vagoons in certain comment sections, and my comments mysteriously vanish afterwards. That's the comment thing. It shouldn't basically, but the AI can be ruthless. So, but I'll take a look just because you're a moderator, you should not have that problem. So you can put it in the chat like Bjorn can. So that shouldn't be happening. And I know Bjorn's put comments. So maybe it's a controversial thing or something that you've put in when you've said certain things. You know how woke the AI is nowadays. That can be another issue. Sometimes what I do is I put my comments and then I commit them and see whether it lasts. And if it doesn't last, I just put the link and say, and then I put cryptically, I put the words. I know it's pathetic. It is pathetic. Yes, we can. All can. Yeah. So, yeah. Look, I get frustrated with basically YouTube, and they don't make our lives easy. Let's put it that way. They do not find there. Yeah. So it's annoying, but what can one do? Antioxidants like vitamin E, etc., would preferably be taken at night. Is that correct? No, not really. Not really. You could, but I tend to not like to really put much in the system after 7 o'clock. That's just me. I think that the stomach and your whole body needs to rest, because when you're going, it's circadian rhythms. You're going into a sleep cycle. Your stomach is being down-regulated. When you take supplements at night and things like that. So when I talk about an evening meal, fine, but late, no. I want the body to basically turn off its gut system and focus on trying to get to sleep, So that's the natural way. Continually putting stuff in, like I'm doing now, which I should have finished before 8:20. So good, I finished that off. Good reminder. Yeah, we don't want to be putting things late at night into our bodies. Anything should be earlier. Vitamin E will incorporate those. The complex. We only want the complex, not the just standard commercial garbage. The Jarrow has a complex. And some people may say, well, I don't want to use a Jarrow one. I say, well, go and get yourself something like a palm oil, an extra virgin cold pressed palm oil, and just spoon, done, So what's the difference in that regard? So you can do that anyway. It's good for old ladies. Chicken soup. What do they call it? Jewish penicillin. That's right. They do call it that. The Ashkenazi or the Eastern European Jews used to cook a lot of chicken soups. That was very popular in that part of the world. Anyway, Lucien will make her smoothies taste like rubbish. Roy. Just skull down Lucien with milk cream full and then use a smoothie to get rid of the taste. Yeah, no, it's one of the few supplements that I've come across that are, I think you have to experiment. I'll have to do an experiment to see how I can make it palatable for older people by making it palatable for myself. Okay, I'll have to come back with something like that because, yeah, you got to make, yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, it tastes like, you're right. Doesn't taste really, and if you're going to get it into these old people that are set in their ways, you've got to make it palatable and all that. Okay. I'll have to look into it and do it properly. You're right, Richard. My mistake. Thank you for that, for pointing that out. But it's true, Sometimes I just say, I'll do this, do that, and I don't think about these palatability issues. And I've got palatability issues as well with pork, enjoying that more than beef. So I've got palatability issues. Why wouldn't somebody that's 80 years old or 70 years old set in their ways? So, you're right. Oh, God. More videos. But it's worth it, for oldies, They've contributed a lot to our society. We should help them out and make things more palatable for them. I just meant like overall, as well as lead, cadmium. Yeah, look, actually, lead, cadmium, selenide, which is this modified version enzymatically of selenium, actually chelates lead, cadmium, mercury, all these things. So, yeah, selenium is a good chelator. Plus, your bile also helps excreting these stuff out. So, yes, that's where the phase 1 and phase 2 detox plays a role. And that is also taurine, very much taurine dependent. So if those people are not consuming, or people are not consuming enough meat, they should be supplementing with taurine to help their detox pathways as well. Robbie, g'day, mate. I just threw in a pint of milk with some bad vanilla extract. Oh, Richard. Don't worry. I've done that. I was making an ice cream and the vanilla was bad, and I tasted it after I'd sort of had frozen. I go, this doesn't taste right. It's got a real strange taste. So I've done that with ice cream. So yes, but milk, ooh, that would be probably nastier. God, I'm glad you're drinking that, not me. Well, you know what I mean. Roy's a bit, he's a bit like that. Indeed. Yes. Scull it. And don't think twice. I once tried to convince a Vagoon to eat shellfish, and they said eating shellfish is selfish. So back to the whiteboard in their thinking. So black and white in their thinking, sorry. Yeah. Or, yeah, in your case, back to the whiteboard to try and come up with something else for them. Yeah, I know. We try. But, I mean, shellfish is the least egregious and could actually provide them with DHA, which they lack, B12, which they lack, and a whole lot of minerals, which they lack, and basically improve their health in markedly ways. You add that together with a taurine supplement, which is vegan friendly and stuff like that, and a bit of leucine and all that, they're not going to deteriorate as fast as they are at the moment. But what do? And it'll also improve their gut health as well, the taurine, that is. But what do you do when people are so myopic and so brainwashed? I have a condition that when eating, I get sharp pain on my left side, starting to think it's gallstones. How the hell does one get rid of gallstones? Taurine, my dear, taurine, not NAX. Taurine emulsifies, but it does take time. And you'll have to go up to, as long as you're not on blood pressure meds, hope you're not, because it does lower blood pressure. It actually regulates blood pressure. That's why it's great when you're eating more meat, which people are in the low-carb keto community dislike. And they always have these electrolyte issues. Well, the more meat you eat, the more taurine you get. The taurine regulates your basically electrolytes, period. There's science. It does it. It's an osmolyte, well recognized in the literature. Only any crackpot would disagree with me on that. So even established scientists accept it is an osmolyte, and osmolytes have this homeostatic effect. Now, it also emulsifies bile, which basically means it emulsifies and breaks down those stones, which also, but menaquinone 4 also helps because it actually synthesizes bile with taurine. They work synergistically, all these things. And so by combining the two, and I've put a whole lot of links, you can go back and find the menaquinone 4, the vitamin K2 animal form. And if you do that for a number of months, you will improve. It doesn't miraculously happen immediately, especially if you've got a lot of really, and if you've actually got some discomfort under your rib cage, just slightly pressure and massage the gallbladder and the pancreas, because they go through the pancreatic, you feel sometimes if some sludge is coming through and stuff like that into the pancreas, because it comes through the pancreatic ducts. So it combines there. And so that's where your bile together with the enzymes come and combine. So sometimes you can actually have a bit of backing up into the pancreas, which isn't a good thing. And also taurine is very important there because it protects, the beta cells, really important that we basically, the cells in there that are protected. And so, so basically, you need to do that sort of stuff to help emulsifying, start getting that to work properly. and massage it under you, to loosen it all up, to sort of, Anyway, that was it. Nathan, someone on a footy forum, I recently posted a bunch of your videos, Harry. Yep, appreciate it. Yeah, it's a good video, that one. It also sort of helps you sort of pick and choose the sort of seafood you want to put in your diet as well, because I think that seafood is important, but can be an issue in terms of heavy metals and stuff like that. I recognize that. So, and the ones that have got lower mercury and tend to also have lower other heavy metals, which is a good thing. Plus, they tend, and if they've also got higher selenium, fantastic. 2 for the price of 1, so to speak. Harry fears as I hear. Me too, please. No. Yes, exactly. Yes, it is a worry. It is a worry. Anyway, now look, there's a lot of things out there. The reality is we are part of the natural world, and there's always going to be pathogens that can appear one after the other. That's happened in the history. We've had one pathogenic outbreak after another pathogenic outbreak after another. Has happened in history. But then again, it may not happen for another 100 years. You don't know, So there's a lot of things, and we don't really understand. This is where, unfortunately, observational epidemiology, looking at the movement of diseases and stuff like that, I think we were better in the past, and we've lost, let's say, the skill, it's a skill set to analyze, Most epidemiologists now are just airy-fairy academics that basically just get paid to do these simple statistical models, The old ones used to get in the field and really get hardcore data and look at the actual move, look at the topography, try to work out how is this moving, and what certain things in the environment could actually be accelerating it. That's how they found out that the water supply was bad and other things like that. That early epidemiology was able to correct a lot of these diseases like typhoid and many other things. This is the problem. We don't have that sophistication anymore. Too many ivory tower theoreticians, It's unfortunate, but the reality. Mary Ruddock said in an interview on Nutritional with Judy channel this week that she eats a lot of broccoli and onions for health reasons. I was a bit surprised. Look, I know she's low carb. She's not carnivore. She's more carnivorous than other low carbers, but she is part of the low carb keto type community. She's not a pure carnivore. While she accepts it, large populations in the past, I've had a bit of a comment. She basically says that these things do have a bit of a hormetic effect, and a lot of the people that basically are consuming broccoli are for hormesis, and onions because they enjoy them, one of the two. And I think that she had actually mentioned that to me ages ago. But broccoli, I think sulforaphane is a no. You don't need that hormesis. We get plenty of hormesis, non-native EMF, exhaust from vehicles. All that creates a hormetic effect. Anything that stresses you that won't kill you makes you stronger. And sulforaphane does the same thing. So why add hormesis when we've got plenty in our environment? Exercise does hormesis. I don't need that garbage. Now, onions, I occasionally, when on the Saturday, always on the Saturday when we go and get our sausage, our German sausage, it's always in the bun. There's onions, and I eat the sausage. I just hold the bun like that. I eat the sausage. I eat then the onions, and then I throw away the bun. So that's how we do it. But, I like cooked onions. But that's the only day I actually cheat with onions, on the Saturday. So, but do they have really... Yeah, they do have sulfur. They are a very good source of sulfur, amino acids. So they do have... You can't say that but they also have some compounds that in large amounts continually eating them can be problematic for some people. They don't, not for me, but for other people. And broccoli, I just can't see the logic or the need. So, but you know, as I said, she's low carb. She's a keto type low carb. She eats more animal foods than the others in that part of the community. But remember, I have a lot of my subscribers are also low carbers. They're not everyone is a carnivore. The majority are carnivores that come to this channel, but not everyone is. So, and neither is she. she never was in the beginning. Exactly. They're contraindicated as well, but they're tasty. Exactly. There's a really cool series, The Hot Zone, Ebola and Season 2, Anthrax, based on real world events. Okay. Oh, God. They may give an idea to some lunatic to go out there and infect himself deliberately to bring something back. Sometimes I think people are asking for trouble when they promote these type of end of the world things. There's always lunatics that take up the challenge. Looking at nutrition in plants, I must say that the good old potatoes are pretty good. If one should be inclined to eat plants, cooked starch would be my choice. Look, if I was basically doing it and I was a tribal person with leaner animals in the environment today as they were, yeah, I'd definitely look at something like that seasonally to fatten up, and a bit of a seasonal cheat. But I wouldn't do it all year round, definitely not, because I'd be engaging the Randall cycle. Unless I was extremely physically active continuously, and you can never sustain that into old age. But yeah, old meat and potatoes. Yeah, I know. People used to do it, but they depleted the glycogen and worked very hard. But it's still contraindicated. It's still got oxalates in it, potatoes. So it is a oxalate heavy food as well. Back to the Discord thing, Harry. On Bart's server, everything is set up, and I think mixing your regulars and the Discord carnivores would be beneficial. Anyway, we've got I've set up a little thing with the Zoom thing in that regard. It's a different style. It's basically, the Discord is a bit different. Discord just brings a whole lot of people. They argue amongst themselves. They are much younger, and it's all basically hoo-ha and all that sort of stuff, from what I hear and what I've seen. Where the Zoom thing is much more laid back. Everybody's respectful. We just sit back, just chat. It's not basically a debating place. It's just basically for people that are like-minded carnivores. Just sit back, sometimes having their meal, and just sit back and just joke and talk with each other. It's basically an online get-together amongst friends. That's really what it is. It's completely different from Discord. It has nothing to do. We don't discuss controversial, controversial things about people. We talk about carnivory stuff, foods, recipes, some of the politics of the day. So it's not only where Discord is more focused on, if it's C19 and nutrition, where the Zoom thing is a friendly conversation with like-minded people talking about a whole lot of raft of things: economics, culture, all sorts of issues of the day, politics of different sorts, cultural things, all sorts of things we discuss. But it's in a very non-debating way, where Discord has a more of a debating, can actually have a bit of a debating environment. I don't think the people that turn up at Zoom really want that. They tend to be in my age bracket. They just want to sort of, or slightly younger or slightly older. They just want to relax and interact with people and have just joke talk and pass the time. It's basically, it's a get together in a sense. It's like a whole lot of bunch of friends getting together around a campfire, or getting together in basically a pub and just sitting around and just having a chat and talking to each other. That's really what my Zoom thing is. It's not really, and that's why I say you've got to be very respectful to each other. It's basically a friendly environment and all that, where Discord is very different. Let's be honest. So yeah, so if people want to join Discord for the controversy, the arguments, or the discussion of different things, and everybody's putting up, look at this study and look at that, or whatever, they want to do that, that's fine. They can do that. They can turn up and do that. They want to debate someone, they can do that. But people turn up to my Zoom sessions for completely different reasons. It's sort of laid back, just having amongst friends, easygoing. Yeah. Anyway. What's that? You need to pick your time to avoid boys crying around girls' drama. Okay. So it has got a bit haywire, has it? Okay. Fair enough. Tracy's been in and out, so she knows a bit more than I do. Misunderstand my question. When oxalate dumping, should lemon juice or citric acid be spread all over the day to keep the levels constant, or can be taken at once? I tend to basically take it a couple of times a day. So I was doing lemon juice like twice a day around the food times. Sometimes I did 3 times if I had more, things were not abating. And with the citric acid thing, yes, I did it 3, and I even did it once 4 times, and then it abated. So I don't recommend very high doses continuously every day. That could be a problem. So you got to be, it's managing it in that sense. But yeah, if you have it, yeah, either around those meal times is probably the best thing to do to reduce the amount of problems that can, in terms of oxalate dumping. Yeah, it is a bit of a problem. I understand. I hope that sort of explained things. And some do try both, as Tracy mentioned. There you go. Yes, and that's the reason why people come to my Zoom thing. It's because I don't accept any rudeness. You're rude, I'll kick you out and ban you. So you have to be very respectful. It's a respectful environment. I have zero tolerance to rudeness, or people being racist, or people being, really nasty towards women, or women being nasty towards men. That's not the place. That's just a laid back, easygoing, carnival people just getting and talking and all that. I mean, we'd even accept vegans if they turned up and they were very nice and respectful and just wanted to ask questions and stuff like that out of interest. Yeah, but we're not inviting people to debate or argue or stuff like that. It's more of a laid back, friendly environment. And that's how I like to keep it. Yeah, but they were still there and they should have been banned. I would have kicked them off completely, and now I would have banned them. I've got zero tolerance for that sort of behavior. That just shows weak men. Men that don't respect women are weak. There's a difference between being a leader, a strong man, and being a nasty man. They're not the same. With high dose taurine deplete anything? Nope. I found with zinc when I high dosed, I had a copper. Yeah, that can be a problem. So, I don't recommend high dosing with zinc. I know people are doing it. I don't know why. Unless you're actually fighting active C19 and you have a good reason to it, I don't supplement at all. The only ones I have, those a lozenge type that and the quercetin. So when I was this period that I was being exposed, and testing myself, I was basically taking a lozenge, and it was not a big dose. It was just a normal, sort of a lower dose, but just to basically get the zinc in those and the ionophore into those cells around the sort of the mouth and sort of the throat area, just to basically slow down replication so the T cells can come in and clear it all up. So, yeah, I don't know why people are supplementing zinc continuously unless you have symptoms. Unless you have symptoms, there's no need. I've said it from the beginning. I've got quercetin and zinc, and I only use it if I've got symptoms of something respiratory, potentially. That's the only time. You've got no symptoms, why are you using it? You don't need to use it, Robbie, at all in that regard. So you get it from the food, and the food will take the copper and the zinc that the body needs, and the rest of it will go through the feces or get excreted out of the kidneys or the bile, whatever is in excess. Much better to get it from the food, all these things. Taurine does not cause any of those things whatsoever. It is a regulator, not a depleter. And so it works very differently. And you can have it's not an issue. There are some people that have certain genetics that can't clear out sulfur very well. And those people, as long as they're getting enough choline, they don't have a problem. Even with mega doses of taurine, zero problem. Or with any sulfurs, they can take sulfur, MSM, anything, high doses. As long as they get enough choline in to methylate any excess. They're just people that hold on. And it's a very small minority with genetic problems of that sort. Anyway, but that is very rare as well. But if they do exist, so we need to recognize that in that regard. So no, as I said right from the beginning, I made it quite clear. Vitamin D, get your vitamin D levels up. Eat a species appropriate diet, which will give you taurine in that. Gargle, which basically clears out of that sort of stuff. It's been shown to work with research, and these were the early stuff, and zinc lozenges and ionophores without citric acid. So because it interferes, and what it does is it then becomes a carrier to this ionophore, like quercetin becomes a carrier for the zinc, and the zinc, which has a positive charge, then can actually cross through into the cell and inhibit replication. So that's what we were using it for. It was something equivalent to like ivermectin does inhibit replication. Well, it was a similar approach, but something that was accessible by the majority of the population at the time. People have found their way around all sorts of things nowadays, but back then it was limited what we could get our hands on to be able to help us. It was a different time. But the main thing was that from my first video, as a respiratory corona type, virus, I was quite clear. Vitamin D, vitamin D, vitamin D. Get the T lymphocytes, get the immune system strong and well regulated. And I think I've been proven correct on that point now with all the data and stuff coming out from the BMJ and all sorts of things. So, but it was, I know most other people missed it, but it was obvious to me when you looked at research when it came to other coronaviruses. So it was not that difficult. Ooh. Fair enough. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Not a problem. Good. For the H. pylori thing. Yes, very good. I was thinking, yep. Yeah, because, as I've always said, we're not, don't waste your money. You get enough. If you're eating an ancestral diet, you get enough magnesium and you only excrete 120 milligrams, 20 from your feces and 100 from your kidneys. You actually will get, if you look at the amount of magnesium in meat and stuff like that, if you eat enough, you will actually get more than you excrete every day. So it's a non-issue. And if you have enough taurine in your diet, what happens is the body will actually, at the kidney level, there'll be more recycling because of the osmotic effect and better regulation of minerals like potassium, magnesium, sodium, and calcium by taurine. See how animal foods are so superior at automatically regulating all these things? We don't need to supplement this sort of thing. Don't waste your money. Keep it. Use it for a trip or use it to for some other enjoyment in life. We waste too much money on supplements, unnecessary stuff. The stuff that's necessary to reverse certain or sort certain things out. But yes. Harry, do you also think that A2 dairy is superior to A1? And if yes, generalization like French and are all A2 and they correct? Are they correct? I don't think it's that easy. I don't trust it. Most of the cows in France and Italy, Greece, India, the Maasai, that's in Africa, and many other parts of the world are all A2. In the Northern European parts and all that, there's a number of A1, but only becomes a problem when you've got leaky gut. If you don't have leaky gut, it's not a problem. So, and it's not a big problem either. It's a minor problem. It's been overblown in that regard. So, and a lot of the studies that were done, let's say, are questionable in the quality. Let's put it that way. So, yeah, I think I've discussed this before. Probably should do a special video on this at some stage. But yes, there's a lot of myths about milk. I've covered the nonsense about growth hormone. We don't have the receptors. I've covered basically the estrogen. It's only 6 nanograms. Nanograms exactly by a couple of glasses of this. So you'd have to eat you'd have to consume to even get to any significant level, like a truck full of milk. You'd explode before it had any effect, estrogenic effect. That's another myth, when men produce 53,000 nanograms per day and women 630,000 compared to 6, drop in the ocean. IGF-1 again, there's a peptide that actually can take some in, but it's very minor. Again, insignificant. Another bit of bullshit. There is just horrendous amount of bullshit. And even basically, when it comes to A1 milk, there's a lot of bullshit. Yes. It wasn't a problem in the past, and now it's become a problem in the modern world. Yeah, there's a lot of other things, and it's very associational. So, yes, it's probably more addictive than A2, but less some of these other problems that they come up with, and which is just associational bullshit. So, never been convinced entirely. Anyway, and as I say to them, if they're making the claims, cough up the evidence. They've got no evidence that I've seen that's credible. Anyway, what's your thought on fluoride? Is it a problem? Example, toothpaste. Yes, I have fluoride-free toothpaste, and I have I use for my coffees, like this water, Evian, which is alpine water. It's very mineralized, which is good. Trace minerals, very good source. You lose a lot of that in tap water. And basically it also, it's not good for your thyroid and stuff like that. So I would not be putting fluoride. We need a bit of fluoride, but very little trace elements. And we get more than enough from the diet. We don't need to drink it in that regard. So yes, can be a problem. Toothpaste, you could actually buy toothpaste without fluoride and a whole lot of other chemicals and crap that are in there. So it's a good choice. Unfortunately, we put too many of these chemicals and too many compounds in large amounts that our body can't handle, manage, and have displacing effects against iodine and selenium. So not a good thing. Stefan, have you been reading Grundy? I agree, A2 is better, but there is more to it. Definitely there is. Which B complex do you recommend out of iHerb? Let me find it. Why is everything bloody slow today? Anyway, you'll have to wait until it speeds up. I'll come back to it. It's just, I don't know what's happening to it. I'm trying to connect to it, but it's not. Sure, I got my right password in. No. Oh, I didn't actually connect that time. Why did it? Why is it booting me out again? Whatever. Drives me up the wall. Trying to connect to things. It's very family friendly. Exactly, Sammy. And I prefer to keep it that way. Yes. Anyway. I've paid for it Nest now, and it's set up, and a lot of my subscribers turn up to it. If other people want to turn up, fine. They know the rules. Be nice, otherwise you'll get the boot. Scotty, good to see you, mate. Hi, how are you? I had been lowering the amount of electrolytes, but then I really worked hard in the yard, moving turf around. Wednesday coming, I felt lethargic and full all day. I fasted and salted. Yeah, look, I always say to people, electrolyte management is basically taurine. It's an osmolyte. When the taurine levels go down, especially when you're fasting, that's why I actually prefer doing dry fast now. So I automatically, the body conserves and recycles much better. So I can even work. I've worked 3.5 days fully dry fasted. So, but I always, if you're going to go dry fasted, you better make sure you're in ketosis before you do it. That's what happened to Bart recently. He wasn't in ketosis doing a dry fast. I don't know why. I mean, if you can't access, it takes 3 days. He knows it. He knows it to basically disengage the Randall cycle after he was knocking back the ciders. And so to disengage the Randall cycle, 3 days, you basically need to, definitely disengage that before you start doing other things. So, yeah, so that's where his problem potentially comes from. But then again, it may also be that he wasn't, it was affecting his, sort of fat adaptation. So drinking that sort of stuff would have knocked him out of keto, then back in. It wasn't, back in, because it does have a bit of effect. He'd be swinging back and forward. But the problem is there, you end up with your water production from fat is interfered with. And so, that's an important hydrating factor. So it's, you really have to basically be clean for a couple of days, up the fat, and then go into a dry fast. That's what I did. I worked for 3. I tried it the previous week when I was, I was drinking stuff as well, ciders and stuff like that. And I tried to do a 3-day, I only lasted 2 days. I had to stop it. I felt horrendously, I couldn't work. I was really struggling at work. And I had to literally start eating again and doing other things. And then the following week, I did my 3.5. Remember, I did the 3.5 dry fast. Not a problem whatsoever. So you got to keep it clean going into a dry fast. Very clean. Very important. Anyway, I'm watching the stream from the start. I'm a bit behind. I saw the comment about Trevor and Bart has already made a video response in critique. Oh, he has? Okay. He's covered. Is absolutely Dunning-Kruger. Oh, he's actually already done it. Okay, there you go. He's already done it. So another less thing that I have to do. Thanks, Tom. Having said that, I'd love to see a comment on the seed oil nonsense. Yeah, it'll be a lower priority that I'll do later on, because you have to go through the studies of lipid peroxidation, the old studies that were done and stuff like that. So, and I've got other priorities at the moment. I've discussed this on my previous chats with Bart. So if you go to my playlist, I've discussed all this stuff before. So if people want to go back and listen to those old chats with Bart in my playlist, they'll hear all this sort of stuff. So it'll save me having to do. And since Bart's already pulled this guy apart, yeah, in that regard. So Discord becomes what you make of it. Requires a bit maintenance. So it does not slip into generosity. +1 for admins. Yeah. I think you have to set certain rules as well. And I'm pretty firm and not blasé about anything. So I don't tolerate. I have zero tolerance. I'll be brutal. I don't care if I lose a subscriber. I'll ban them completely, remove them completely. I do this because I want to help people. I'm not interested about the politics. So if people come to my channel, they come in a respectful way. They piss fart around with my time, which is very valuable to me and to other people. Then I'll basically give them the boot, literally. And may not, even if they grovel, may not let them back in. Yes, I'm a bit like that. Many people that know me or ex-friends know how they got the boot very fast. And they didn't even see the door, the door slammed so fast behind them. They didn't even have a chance to say anything. Not a problem. You're welcome. Yeah. I don't tolerate disrespect. It is a sign of a weak person. Anyway, Jonathan, good to see you, mate. Ah, yes, mate. Yes. We'll give you one. We'll put you in the corner with Ted. Yes, he'll sort you out. I'm helping out on Bart's Discord now. Whatever you wonderful people think of Discord, Bart's server is nothing like it, and I love spending time. Fair enough if you enjoyed it. I mean, the Zoom environment is a very different. Come on, turn up, check it out. You got nothing to lose. You may enjoy it. Eric Burks waffled a bit about this week. When eating more salt, potassium should be up too, because the ratio is very, oh God. I mean, fucking absolute retard that guy is sometimes. Again, it's all these, my electrolytes, as if our ancestors had to regulate their electrolytes. Come on. If you eat enough meat, you get all the potassium you need. You excrete more potassium. Sorry, you take in more potassium from the meat than you excrete per day. You take in more magnesium than you excrete from animal foods. As long as, the sun, salt, and meat, as long as you're getting enough salt in there and you're getting enough taurine, you're eating enough meat, you will regulate the electrolytes, all minerals. It's crazy. It also removes, because it regulates also calcium out of your brain, so you don't have the excitatory effect. It's great stuff when you eat meat. Unfortunately, a lot of the low carb people, sort of 15, 85, 90% fat, 10% meat, protein, that is. And then they wonder why they can't actually regulate because they're in a catabolic state, in a fasted state. You can't be in that state for too long without having major imbalances in your electrolytes. It's just crazy that, I've been there. I had to try and manage, my electrolytes. And now with the taurine, I don't bother. Taurine and salt, and I've never looked back. No cramps, no nothing. Yes. Oh, God. Anyway, it's poor people in that sort of environment that still fear protein. Yes. Foamy urine is a sign of too much protein. Nope. No, he's got no idea. It's basically, you may get a bit of protein because oxalate can damage your kidneys and damage other parts of your body. And so that can be a problem. And that's the reason why we talk about trying to manage it with citric acid and all that to reduce the damage that it can cause. But the best thing you can actually put in there is something to regulate that process a bit better, is an osmolyte like taurine. And also taurine will fix up all the fibrosis or damage. It mops things up. It's great at doing that. So yes, or eating more meat will do that as well. Yes, we live in a crazy world with the thinking. And you saw all these tribal people like the Inuit and others cutting all these meats and handing them to their children. They'd be eating them raw like that. They've been doing it for multiple generations. It seems like we need a degree in nutrition before we can actually start eating. It's crazy. According to some crackpot gurus in the nutritional world, we do. Exactly. And you probably did vitamin D as well. And you got taurine as well, from your diet. So, yeah, those things as well. Probably more important, the T lymphocytes. That's your best protection. Not antibodies, T lymphocytes. You know what the cockwombles now? My brother actually sent me a study today of these researchers recognizing that T lymphocytes are the most potent way to protect against C19. They've recognized it. And what did these cockwomble researchers conclude after that? And what did they recommend in their conclusion statement? Oh, we need to basically create a vaccine, T cell vaccine, T lymphocyte vaccine. Can you believe that? That's what they recommended. Yes. So rather than allowing the body, giving it the vitamin D, the taurine and stuff like that, and properly regulating that so it works properly, no, let's just derange another process in our body that's an important immune system. Let's derange it. Let's just, artificially derange it in some way. Yeah. Rather than accept that this is, well, what does increase this? Oh, vitamin D and taurine, animal foods. Maybe we should be recommending that. No, that doesn't make profits for the multinationals. unfortunately. And who knows how many side effects it will create by trying to manipulate the immune system in such a way. No, thank you. Wouldn't trust those bastards as far as I could throw them. Harry, on paleo approach, what is the smartest approach? I think about something only seasonally, some plants, products, and naturally, you don't need them. You really don't need any of this sort of stuff. You do not need anything of this sort of, if you enjoy these things, all contraindicated, if you enjoy these things, see, I enjoy a few mushrooms now and then, some pickled onion, pickled cucumbers, some fried onions and stuff like that occasionally. But I know that they're contraindicated. I know that they are not required for good nutrition, but I like them. And I've even had asparagus in the past. Again, I don't mind it with a bit of lemon juice and cooking them and like steaming them and throwing on top some butter and then some, stuff like that. But are they required? No. But do you want to do a 90% carnivore and include a few of those things as a 10%? If you don't react badly and it's not an issue for you and you enjoy them, who am I to tell you what to do? I'm not your daddy. I'm not here to tell you how to eat. I'm just here to tell you what the research says, what the bullshit, how the bullshit walks in this world, and pull it apart. And then it's up to you, mate, which way you want to go in terms of, what you add and don't add. The more plants you add into your diet, the worse, and especially what I call the ones which are fibrous, the more problematic it is to your, and the more sugary, the more in terms of Randall cycle and inflammation is a problem. So mushrooms are not really a plant. They are basically a fungus. So I don't classify mushrooms as a plant. They may grow as a plant, but they have cell walls which are similar to basically animals in a sense. So they're very different than plants. Or you could say they're in between. So they are both plant-based and animal-based friendly. It's up to you whether you want to, in a gorgonzola sauce, they're quite nice. Let's put it that way. Gilbert syndrome leads to build-up of bilirubin. Any potential problems you can think of? I think touching on the taurine improves all that. So it does. There's a video that I want to make on that. Stay tuned. It's probably either February or March, which I'll be covering that comprehensively. I've still got to do an iron metabolism one as well. So yes, get your taurine levels up. Anyway, Tassie spring water good. I have no idea what the actual the levels, Robbie, of I get the Evian Alpine, the French Alpine water that has 146 parts per million. It's for my coffee. So that's the one I get. The other one, which is the Italian one, is 148. And, normal tap water is about 155. So, yeah, in that regard. I don't know what the deuterium levels are in the Tassie one. I couldn't tell you. It's going to be definitely lower than but the mountain ranges are much lower. So the lower the mountain ranges, the higher the deuterium. So I'd say it's probably even higher than the Italian one. So it's probably 150, maybe 151 or 2. So it's probably closer to tap water. For the price, is it worth it? Probably not. I don't know. It's up to you. Depends on what your consumption rate is. I try to hydrate primarily from fat. I don't consume a lot of water. My urine is still even with the coffee that I make from the extra alpine water, still isn't as concentrated as I would like it. I'm still getting too much water externally rather than hydrating with fat. Yeah. So, and I do get the milk as well. So that's additional fluids that come in every day. Anyway, Brian Clement and Chief Honzo from the parlor named Hypocrite Institute said that bad and only a fox has the enzyme to digest it. Ah, yes, yes. That's coming from, we're talking about professional massage parlor here, BJ Projectus. Yes, they are very, very right. Yes, yes. The Institute of Hypocrisy and Massage. Yes. They're great it's a great massage parlor. Yes, you get free advice as well, nutritional, probably sexual, whether you want to other things, how you want to identify. Yes. Oh, they're great for all that sort of stuff. You got to laugh. A bunch of cockwombles. Grundy's a puppet. The Seventh-day Adventist. Yes, exactly. I don't believe anything anymore. Yeah, basically. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. He contradicts himself on all things. He's got and this is how ridiculous it is. He argues, you've got all these things, these lectins and stuff like that. Well, he needs to explain also, which look, lectins do exist and they are a problem. Even gluten is a problem as a lectin. But what did we do in the past? We fermented them. And then the other thing is we had raw milk. I don't hear this puppet talking about raw milk and how lactoferrin binds lectins and removes them out of the gut. That's why they were less of a problem back then. One, we fermented all the stuff and did all these processes, which are labor intensive. But when you're in a nutrient poor environment, all food is valuable. So they used to do that and basically then incorporate raw milk, which had the lactoferrin, which dealt with any small remaining from the fermentation. But is he informed about this? No. And you'd think somebody coming from the Seventh-day Adventist sort of vegetarian background, he would have known some of this stuff. No. Oh, God. Yes, exactly. He's more than a puppet. He's a muppet. Oh, eggs are bad. Oh, yeah. Like the 25 eggs a day that old geezer was doing for decades and outlived all his parents and everyone. Yes, like that person. And low cholesterol as well. Yes, it contradicts all their bullshit, Whenever I show that, they go silent and run. Yes, definitely don't. Yes, by Brie. That's all MK4. There's no other menaquinone. It's only pure, that and camembert, a pure menaquinone 4. Perfect. I actually love Brie as well. Woman after my own heart, my cheese heart. Cheesy heart. Yeah, I know. I have a tendency towards losing weight. You're a big boy. Could fast and Carnivore be problematic? I have the same body as my dad. Yeah, if you've got low amounts of fat cells and you don't put on a lot of weight very easy, make sure you're getting enough protein. Critical thing is getting enough protein and getting enough fat. And just doing periodic fasts. Fasts are used to clear up things and all that. They're not basically a panacea to be done forever. I kind of looked 100% the last 3 days, and my urine is now darker yellow, greenish color, but without foam. Is that normal? Mine's never been like that. Darkish yellow, greenish sort of indicates there's something in the urine that shouldn't be there. So you may not, I'd ease off slightly. I'd put a bit of hydration in, water. I know it's contraindicated, but I'd still put a bit in. You don't have access to low deuterium water, but I'd still, like people would have in nature. But I would still put in a bit in that regard. And I would basically work on getting my fat adaptation better, because basically you should be producing more internal water. And if you're not producing enough internal water, I never had that even on my dry fast. I was actually concerned about the complete opposite. I was on a dry fast and my urine was still a bit on the lighter side. And I was going, shouldn't this be darker? I'm on the bloody second day of dry fasting, and it was only on the third day that it started becoming a bit more yellow. So I realized that maybe I've been, hydrated with too many coffees and stuff like that, a bit more than I should have in that regard. But I would say if you're not complete, I can swing in. My ketones can shoot up quite a bit in that regard and back again down and stuff like that. So, yeah. So I'm just saying that, I suspect it could be an adaptation thing. So you may have to go a bit more careful, because it shouldn't be getting darker and darker, especially when you're still getting some hydration in. That's not correct. So you may have to take a bit more in until you can sort out your adaptation. G'day, Sarah. It's been a while. Good to see you here. Gary, good to see you. Getting away from work, mate? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it isn't. Lots of sunshine or UV light can help lower. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Most people, meat and sun, vitamin D and also taurine seems to help improve all that. From what I've seen, from what other people have come back to me and said, I got my vitamin D levels up, I got my taurine in, it's all sort of settled. So, yep. And the other thing is, if you're in a certain area where, UV lamps can be useful, that's true. I know a number of people that use them. Is there a shine reflection to it that could be oxalate in the urine according to? Unlikely. Yes, you can get B vitamins from a lot of sources. I wanted to get my mum, but she's not first any fine. No. This is the one that I recommend in taurine. And that's on iHerb, the taurine. And the other one, the reason why I like this one is it's basically the company that was actually set up. This was years ago. They were basically vegetarians, and they had they wanted to really build really good products. It's got nothing, no other ingredients, zilch, nada, nothing. It's 100% pure taurine powder, It's in the free form amino acid. That means the body will take it and use it as a sulfur amino acid without having to do any conversions. It's unbound. There's nothing bound to it or any other garbage, fillers or whatever. It's just pure taurine sulfur in the free form. And that's basically the stuff we want. And I believe they also have it on the Amazon as well. So I'll grab both the sites. And so I'll put the stuff on because I don't know where people can access things in different parts of the world. So just to cover everyone in that regard. And this is even, it's pretty much even plant-based friendly. So if people want to, from that sort of environment, you got relatives that are in that sort of cult and you want to help them out a bit, you can sort of steer them to this one, which is a cleaner one. It's going to be less. But basically, that's the two links for the taurine. One's on iHerb, one's on Amazon. Select the one that you want, the best price, or the one that you can actually get access to in that regard. So morning beef based. Oh, that's right. We did want the B vitamins as well. Yes, I forgot about those. Let me go to my list. Why make it difficult for yourself, Harry? A list. Oh, is it going to come up? Each time I go, why does it do that? Come on. Select list, not orders. Oh, God. Bear with me. Can be an issue, especially pantothenic acid, because it does store, and I have done a video. There's only one piece of research ever done really that I've actually able to find that I did a video on Bart's channel. What is it now? 2 years or maybe a bit longer. You'd have to look in his earlier videos. Don't even remember what he called it. G'day, Neff. Good to see you, mate. Yes, they are. A lot of the nuts are very high in oxalates and very high in omega-6s as well. Not, I think it's only things like macadamians and a few others that are basically slightly less, that have got more monounsaturated fats. But yes, most of them are high. Even things, I think, I can't remember now. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I remember the walnuts, the favorite omega-3. It's mostly omega-6 with a small amount of ALA. So it's, and you can hardly convert that anyway. It's a joke. So yes. Yes. The pantothenic acid is a big one because it stores. You can't be taking it for too long. I always say do a gut restore, 3 months, no more of B vitamins, and then unless you're doing a bit of cheats with drinking and you want to re-put back the depletion of the B vitamins due to your drinking inappropriate amounts. So yes, only in those cases when you've been a bad boy or girl and need to replenish your B vitamin loss. It's always going to be on the last one, isn't it? Why is it always on the last tab? Isn't always the case. Yes. It would have to be. Oh, God. Okay. So that's the B complex that I usually get. And the nice thing with this is, you know, even pantothenic acid is down to 50 milligrams, no more. So it's got benfotiamine. It's got the different types of B1, riboflavin 5-phosphate, which is what you want. B2, niacin, as nicotinamide, and pyridoxal, methylfolate, methylcobalamin, so biotin. So it doesn't have. It even has choline in it. So it's, and it actually has a lot of other, like these, different types, different berry extracts, quercetin, and all sorts of things. Different types. It even has some bacterial strains as well. Lactobacillus, Lactobacillus casea rhamnosus, Platerium. So it has a couple of probiotics. It actually has a number of things. This is another one of those crowds, which is basically, type, paradise herbs, and they've sort of people that are in the sort of naturopathic world and stuff like that have actually set up this company. And so they actually create a very competitive product with a lot of things in it in terms and quality B vitamins. Like you're talking about, the whole damn thing has got 60 tablets. It's $16.39 Australian, and it's got, like methylcobalamin, methylfolate. It's actually got the proper stuff. Doesn't have any dodgy stuff. It even has benfotiamine, that version of B1, which actually gets through the blood-brain barrier, very well. So it is a very good B vitamin in that regard. I know Sammy asked for it and a few others. So anyway, as I said, don't overdo the B vitamins for a long period of time. 3 months and then you're done. I've already put the taurine. Go back and actually look at the stream. I've already put the taurine in regards to, earlier, where I've actually put taurine from the sources. Goes way back, close to the beginning somewhere. That wasn't too far back. So it's what is it? A couple of rows up, the taurine. So I've already covered that for people to see. And that's the only one that I recommend, no other. And if anybody's got any other brand that they think may be better, I don't believe so, but if or equivalent, please let me know. This is actually a good price and it's clean. No fillers, no nothing. And a company that actually produces good products without any garbage. They're not into they're less into the profit, profit motivation stuff. A lot of the others are being produced in China and they just basically relabeled in Western countries. They bring them over in massive bags and stuff like that. So I wouldn't trust them. Dave, how are you, mate? From the kingdom of Boris. You still there, are you? You poor bastard. He still hasn't escaped, Tracy. He's still there. Poor old Dave. We don't ask these questions, Tracy. We don't ask these questions at all. You can extract them from plants, but they don't. They actually pharmaceutically create them. Nobody creates from bovine sources or animal sources. Doesn't happen. It would be prohibitively expensive. Everybody makes them basically in a lab. Basically. So from other amino acids, and then they combine them and then they actually produce them. So it's all lab made, all taurine supplements. So they are all technically vegan, vegetarian, carnivore, friendly for everyone. So, but there's some that actually make them proper, like free form amino acid, a sulfur amino acid, which is more similar to the stuff that we get in the animal. And that's the ones I like. Not all these bound stuff and all that. If you bind stuff, they don't work like the natural stuff. That one is the only brand that has free form sulfur as a free form amino acid, sulfur amino acid. It's a free form, nothing bound to it. No other fillers, no nothing. So that's the only reason why that's the only one. Any others, I do not recommend them unless they've got the similar level of quality. Not interested remotely. And it's a better price anyway from most of the supplements out there that are full of garbage in them and fillers, which are very much not the right thing to actually have. Yes, our synthetic world. Yeah, exactly. Why would you waste good meat? Precisely. Yeah, we're using remember, we're using supplementation for specific strategic reasons to deal with ailments. It's not basically, our ancestors didn't do that. They ate real food and all that. But we've got full of oxalates, which deplete our taurine levels. We've got all these things that are actually xenoestrogens in our environments, add to our methylation requirements, all these damn things, gallbladder issues, stomach issues, gut microbiome issues, you name it. And taurine is very important for all these. So we're mega dosing to clear up all the mess. That's what we're doing. So yes. Morning, Harry. I was doing well with taurine for about 6 months recently. I had a bile reabsorption, overproduction, diarrhea every morning. I stopped taurine now and it's got better. Okay, which basically means your actual gallbladder has returned to normal. Now it doesn't need as much. That's what it means. And the right thing you did is stop it. So as long as you basically, and that's why I ease back on my taurine, So if I was in the past, I was doing quite a high amount, and then I eased back completely. So once I resolved my sort of issues, I sort of eased back to 4 grams, 2 grams, 2 grams, and only recently I've gone up to 4 grams again due to C19, just to be a bit protective. But it hasn't caused me any real problems yet. So, and generally it shouldn't. For the majority of people, it doesn't. It's just some people can have a bit more like overproduction of bile as a consequence. You can actually get something like milk thistle, which will sort out the FXR, because that can also be an issue. The FXR pathway can sometimes not be completely sorted out. So I would actually get a milk thistle and do it for a while, a couple of months, in order to basically have a better, it's because you may be not recycling through at the bottom of the small intestine. You're supposed to recycle about 90% of your bile. And if you're not recycling it correctly, then there could be an FXR issue. So milk thistle should improve the regulation of that. So that could also be an issue, an unresolved issue, which all that did, it's a bit like, an underlying magnesium and potassium deficiency that somebody once was doing high doses of boron, and it actually picked up on that deficiency, then sorted it out, and she was fine. So that sort of stuff can happen. And so the same thing, if you've got the enzymatic pathway, the FXR enzymatic pathway, if that's not working well to recycle, then excess taurine will actually make that pronounced. So I'd get, I think the iHerb's got one, a milk thistle from memory. I know it's not on my list because I forgot to put it. And I'll basically, that's the one here. It's the same, the paradise herbs again. So that's the milk thistle. And I'll add it to my list because I'm always forgetting to add it. Item added. Good. So that can help. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Ooh, I don't know. I'll look into it. I forgot about that. That's right. You are taking that. I remember something in regards to taurine. Okay. Hold off from the milk thistle and anything at the moment. Let me look into it. Ask me a question next week. I'll look into it. I'm certain I remember something. I forgot about it. Yeah, you were on that stuff. Yeah. I'll look into it. I think there may be an interaction. And that's where taurine can be affected. So that's maybe because nobody else has really had, because you may not have an issue at all with your FXR. If you don't have an issue with the FXR, why bother buying milk thistle? That's the only other thing. But I think with that lithium carbonate, there may be an interaction with the taurine. Okay, let me look into it. So it resolved the problem, but there is an interaction which was in the background, which magnified once the other issue went away. Okay, let me look into it, and I'll get back to you. Yes, another rabbit hole to go down to. I always like a bit of adventure, Dave. I always like a bit of adventure. I don't like not knowing something. It annoys me. So I will look into it, definitely. How does the stomach... Oh, go away. The stomach separate the water you drink from the stomach acid? It doesn't. It uses some of that to create stomach acid, and the rest is actually pushed through the small intestine, any excess that it doesn't need. So it works all this out itself. It does use water coming in, or it can actually pour water into the stomach if there's not enough water. So usually the food has got plenty of water, but if it has too much, it'll get rid of it. If it doesn't, it'll let it go through. If it doesn't, it'll actually pour more. It depends. It depends. Anyway, unavailable, sold out. Shit. I can't remember which one. Hiding from Boris and his army of jabbers. Sounds like you need to join the French resistance. Hello. Remember that? It's becoming a comedy situation in some of these parts of the world here. It's really a comedy situation. Yes. Raymond, good to see you, mate. We're always having a good time. A few laughs, a bit of humour, light humour. Yes. Also still saying no for a few days till the masks come off again. Yes. Maybe. Yes. You can never be certain with those cockwombles. Yes. Yes, but it may not be that. It could be, because I'm basically taking 4 grams and it's not affecting me at all. And other people are taking higher amount. So the only thing, as I said, that can cause this problem is an FXR. That means bioreabsorption is not working properly. But now that that's happens in some people, you may not have it. The majority of us are not going to have bioreabsorption issues. But some people, smaller number of people, do have bioreabsorption issues. But I don't think and that means milk thistle helps with that. But I don't think beef-based is one of those people. Maybe the lithium carbonate. I think that from memory, I remember seeing something where with electrolytes and a whole lot of other things, there is some sort of interaction. I just can't remember it. I have to look into it. So I think his problem may be different due to his medication, and we may need to include something or exclude something or do some adjustments. So I need to look into it just to be on the safe side. You're welcome, mate. Masks off here in England next Thursday. Not that I wear one. Released a new strain, apparently. It's under investigation in other countries. Yes. Deltacron. Oh, that was a bit of a beat up by that doctor in Cyprus, which is bullshit. He should have had should have been spanked for that. It was just basically a contamination. It's bullshit. Don't jinx it. Would that be a lot of B12, or should I stop the liver consumption while taking? Yeah, probably stop the liver stuff while taking it. Yeah. And if you're going to do it together with that L-Reuteri. Go and check my videos on the gut stuff, L-Reuteri. Do it with something like that, because that helps as well. And taurine, this sort of combination. You'll understand the new videos that I'm going to put out next week. So they'll cover a lot of those sort of things in all sorts of areas. Whoops, we don't need that. Yes, definitely. I had to get one called Unicron. Yes, Bruce. Actually, the middle one, isn't it? One Unicron, one. Got to get it right. Oh God, hopeless, absolutely hopeless. Yes. They'll come up with something colourful. Yes, you bigot, Tracy. Megatron. You guys have been watching too many videos. Galvatron, yeah. I think Tracy's was better than the rest of yous. You guys are just too uncreative. Yes. Decepticon. Oh, that actually Decepticon. Yes, that's a good one. DJ Projectors. Yes, definitely. Moronicon, yeah, that's the Vagunarized community. They'll get that will spread like wildfire amongst them. Yes. They'll be boosting all the way to the hellish afterlife. Yes. I knew that you people were definitely a con. I knew you people were such creative people. Harry, have you heard the David Icke? Mate, he's a crackpot. Just believe me, he's a crackpot. An absolute crackpot. And what do you think of his theories regarding absolutely crackpottage? I understand if you can't speak on the topic due to... No, I can... He's a crackpot, on a lot of things. He's probably got a few points that, that everybody else is, about the deep state, the people behind it, but they're not funny extraterrestrials or anything like that. They're just basically very wealthy individuals who keep a low profile and control and pull the strings from the dark corners of the world where they hide, and control their little political boys as the puppet masters. But yeah, they're not. This is the old bullshit. David Icke is basically falling into the traditional trap of the ruling classes. Make them something to be feared and respected, and they'll never be threatened. This is what they did, the pharaohs and all that. They made themselves into god kings or god emperors, and they were also connected with the god, those extra, or they had connections to the animal forms, the very vicious animal forms. They were so dangerous you could not take them on. They ruled through fear, and basically what he is basically a shield for them. You have to understand, if you actually look at David Icke, he's well connected to some very powerful people and all that. I don't think very powerful people would basically have a crackpot in their midst unless they're using him as a tool. So, yes, I don't really subscribe to that. It's a misdirect. The reality is you've got a whole lot of very wealthy people that basically are pulling the strings in the background and manipulating and trying to basically make sure that they control everything, and we have very little choices and voices and whatever else. So, but if you basically make them into something very powerful, you create fear and you create hopelessness. He's one of those people that creates hopelessness. Half a truth with a lot of lies. Very convincing in that regard. But it's always half a truth. And that's where the best propaganda is, in half a truth. So No, I absolutely not, Jonathan. Yes. And don't waste your time with people like that. You'll just be basically, the only way of dealing with these people is basically rebelling against the political class and changing that. Because once they don't have anything, they can't control. The best thing we could do is basically establish direct democracy, get a whole lot of people like-minded, influence the population, and then eventually get the numbers where we become the majority, and we take as a group of people that change the system from within. And if there's a majority in parliament that basically believe in direct democracy, they can get rid of that whole structure, that whole dirty, evil structure. But unfortunately, as long as you fear that you can't change anything, you're kept under control much easier. Fear is a great tool. Yes, it's bullshit. It's an old trick being used by the rulers for years and years, making themselves into god kings. Yes, and some of these guys now want to become aristocrats where they own everything and you own nothing, and you're just a little serf in their new utopian, post-modern sort of hellish future, which they control everything. They stick you into their metaverse and you're their little plaything, so people like Mark Zuckerberg can basically entertain himself. Yes, no thanks. And these people just basically instill fear through half-truths. I wouldn't trust this guy as far as I could throw him. He's a complete fool and has no idea that he's being manipulated, or he's part of those. And I have a tendency to think that he's probably more part of them. He doesn't seem as stupid as some people think. And anybody that comes up with this sort of nonsense, good manipulator, good propagandist. They used to have these in the ancient Greek times. The aristocrats used to create this orator class of people that would go out there and just say things over and over again. If you say something long enough, many people start believing it. Yes, so no thanks. We've got no evidence for that. There is zero evidence. It primarily affects your lungs. It's more a respiratory thing. So there's no mechanism. Somebody's already asked me, not for this, but a number of other things, ailments. And I said, nah, there's no mechanism. I've looked into it. Yeah, it's a respiratory thing primarily. So nope. But, there are people like myself, when we get a virus, in any virus, not this one, any virus, we can have a bit of like a vagal nerve activation and get a bit of stomach, not the acidity, but stomach upset. I usually get a bit of diarrhea and stuff like that. And that's how I know. Now it's an early warning for me. I have the norovirus genetics that make me very susceptible in that regard. So, yes. At least you agree with me on that, Jonathan. So you wanted to be able to, okay, you wanted me to say something in regards to this person. Fair enough. Yeah. So absolutely nothing, Ness, in that regard. But unless you've got that norovirus, whenever I get a virus, it immediately through my vagus nerve, I get, because I've got that genetic. It's only a smaller number of people that have got it, but it's the thing we call the people that go on cruise ships that get the norovirus, the gut thing, and diarrhea and all that. Well, I've got that thing. That's why I avoid cruise ships. I'm more susceptible. If I get a virus, it always hits me. That's how I know that I've got a virus in my system, and I up my vitamin D. So it's an early warning system for me now, So when I get an upset stomach, I know something's coming on. Yep. Anyway, thanks so much for looking into it. Yep. Will do. You're welcome. Eric said that the iodine that is added in salt is useless because evaporates after a short time. Is that true? Sort of, but not entirely. So the iodinized salt, or they do have a sea salt that is iodinized, that I do get occasionally when I'm at work. I may consume less of certain foods that are iodine rich, and I may put a bit in my water, especially when I'm fasting and stuff like that. But there is a bit of truth in that, but it's not entirely. Depends on the quality. I mean, it depends on a lot of things as well. There can be other things like certain types of cake, there are certain types of compounds that can be put in that can actually be reactive. And so, yes, you can actually lose stuff. But if it's sort of a sea salt combined with it, no other fillers and stuff like that, sort of lasts a bit longer. But how long? It's like everything, the longer the storage. Yeah, there's a bit of truth in that. It's not entirely, but there is a bit of truth in that. It depends on the length of time and all that. I always look at the time when it was produced, or so I know that if it's an old, I won't buy it. If it's more recent, I will buy it. But it's more for me like a supplement, because sometimes I'm not getting enough in the food. But most of the time I do get enough in the food. So I usually have it. And so at a certain stage, after a couple of months, I throw it out because I'm worried about it's not going to have the amount in it anymore anyway. Or what I mean is I can use it just as sea salt in that regard. So, but I don't rely on it for the iodine anymore. But it's sort of you could say it's half true in a sense, and it depends on the product. It depends on a lot of things, so it's not entirely. So some products, yep, problematic. Other products, it's an outright nearly a lie, because by the time it gets to the consumer, it has very little, and other products are much better. So it depends on the manufacturer as well. So it's a lot of issues in that space. So that would require a whole video to go through all the different products and the analysis that's been done on those products. And that varies quite a bit, but there is research on it. Knowing what you know now, Harry, do you think you could have resolved your health problems without surgery? Maybe. I still had quite a bit of unstable angina. And so obviously, had I changed my diet, I would have not still stabilized that. I'll tell you one thing that I would have done. I would have taken statin for a year to stabilize that angina, because it calcifies. It actually increases calcification and more rapidly than even a carnivore diet would. So when you're in a low inflammatory state, because it has a lowering inflammation. But I would also take ubiquinol, coenzyme Q10, ubiquinol, the reduced form, high doses of that, because of the problem that it causes. And I would also be consuming far more eggs to get more of the cholesterol and other things that I'd be missing out because of the inhibition that I'd be causing from taking the statin. But I'd be taking the statin specifically to stabilize, and then the dietary stuff and all that. Then I'd give it a dump, because it's contraindicated, the statin. So it's not a good thing. Long term, it'll do mitochondrial damage and stuff like that. So I'd support the mitochondria and do other things like that until I got the stabilizing angina. If I already had certain level of calcification and I tested myself and didn't have much soft angina, then definitely I wouldn't take the statin, and I'd approach it very differently. So I'd still go on the carnivore on such a diet, and I would basically follow until the calcification was brought up good enough, and I'd be using minoquinone 4 at 5 milligrams, and then I would only up it once it was really stable to the orthomolecular, which is the 45 levels, so 15, 15, and 15. And then I'd basically decalcify over a couple of years at these high doses, like they did in the studies that they did, in the Netherlands using menaquinone, high doses of menaquinone 4, which is 45 milligrams, and 45 milligrams they did also in the Japanese studies. So I think they actually, in the Japanese study, they did some which was slightly above as well. And they had similar decalcifying results in that regard. So, yeah, so basically that was a good sign. Had I known what I know now, yes, I would have taken a completely different course, because the surgery has been a hassle. I still get on the bone here where it sort of came together, I still get some like a bit of, it's not as bad as it used to be. Let's put it that way. It used to be more arthritic and more problematic. And, you know, when the weather changed, it sort of eased, but I still get some, like in these top areas up here where those nerves come across the chest to that middle where they got cut. I still get some misfiring occasionally. Very rarely happens now. I remember one night I just got on this side, just above my sort of my right lung. So I actually had one closer to where the liver is as well. I had two, one under my sort of breast, close to my rib cage where the liver is, and I had really nerves just firing. The one on the top part more on this side. You would think the other side where the heart is, but no, it was this side where I had the most intense. I had like a needle ramming right into me all night long. I couldn't sleep. Oh, fuck, you know. And I rubbed it and tried to desensitize. Nothing would happen. And then even in the daytime, I was struggling with it. And then it eased off. So, yeah. And I've had a lot of like scares of pains and unusual symptoms and stuff like that. I've gone in, they've checked my blood work, nothing, you know. And now I know the signs that it's sort of these nerve endings that occasionally fire in this unusual way or create this little strange type of, like, it's like, you know, like when you actually, let's say you sit, you crouch, or, you know, bend your knees and sort of sit on them, and sometimes your legs go to sleep a bit. It's like having a like sleepy leg syndrome in your chest, and you go, really strange sensations. And I still occasionally, not as bad as I used to. The more carnivore I become, the more these things have resolved and settled down. But for a number of years, I really, you know, it was quite annoying and problematic. And even occasionally now, on the off chance sometimes something like happens like that. So if I could avoid all that, I probably would have in that regard. Yeah, but at the time, I had no idea. I was 90% blocked with a potential risk of an unstable angina. What do? You basically, there's not, you're too far gone at that stage sometimes, and you go, and I would never, this is what I would do now if I had all the knowledge, but would I still recommend that path to other people? No, I can't make a choice for another person, another human. It's not my right. Everybody's got their own body. They're in charge of their own life, and they need to make that choice. A well-informed one, but yeah. But I would definitely, I would think about it twice. Let's put it that way. But would I be still a bit scared? Could I stabilize before I actually had some episode? I'd still be worried, So it's a really hard thing, Seed Man. A really hard one. Yeah. So, yes. Now I've got the zipper for it. And a lot of sort of issues that came after that. But they're much better now. Okay. Is that what it's called? I'm completely not up to date with any of this stuff. Virus movie over 2 years. Nice one, Sammy. Dark Force. Oh, God. You guys are comedians, absolute comedians, aren't you? Very much so. Yep. Yeah, potentially is the way it's interacting. Yes. We'll be looking into it. Look, it does actually, taurine does actually increase GABA in the mind, in the brain, and there is a gut connection between the vagus nerve. So, yes. Got to be careful. Got to be careful with that sort of stuff. Yes. Frankie boy is following the David Icke crackpot. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. You know, but he's doing it for a completely different reason. In many cases, he's just basically, he's paranoid. He's truly paranoid, Frankie. He will believe anything. You know, he's so paranoid. So, and yeah, yes, that boy's got a few issues that he needs to resolve. Can you do on dry sea kelp and then for iodine, or is that too much fiber again? There's a few products that that are out there that you only need to get very little. But there's, if you, I think I actually showed some stuff on iodine ages ago. Can't remember. Did I do a video on iodine? Mm-hmm. No, I must have discussed it in a live stream. Yes. I probably should do just a I'll do a small one on iodine and selenium because they're both related. The thyroid has a lot of receptor sites for iodine and selenium. So I'll do one that covers that quite comprehensively. I'll do a short one sometime this week because that's an easy one. I just have to show just the food stuff and all that. That's not complicated. Doesn't have to go into research or anything, just basically the sources. I can do a source for iodine, a source for selenium. We'll leave it at that. That's the easiest way. Yes. And it's in that supplement. The one that I posted further up for UAE Biff, or Sammy, as his real name is. He doesn't. I don't think he minds me mentioning that. Yes, yes. Wacky Toaster, good to see you, mate. Harry, what will you think if you had a fever, but no other symptoms, not even feeling all that bad, just hot. You've probably come down with C19. Take yourself to a quarantine centre. Have yourself locked up. Have yourself probed as well. I couldn't resist, Wacky Toaster. You did want a wacky explanation, didn't you? Yes. You may have, low-grade symptoms. It may not even be C19. It could be any matter of other respiratory infection or non-respiratory type. Yep. Your body, when the middle part, if your extremities are getting colder and your main part where all your organs are getting warmer, it usually is a virus because your body's trying to, when you're warm all over, that's when it's bacteria. Your body's trying to knock it off all over the body. When it's concentrated, usually in the organs, it's trying to heat up your main body to basically reduce, sort of put under stress the viral stuff to reduce its until the immune system can kick in and start clearing it out. So, yes. But it could be one of Ike's mates from the galaxy Andromeda that's visiting you and causing you some wacky experiences. I'm going to be throwing these sort of bullshit around just for a bit of a laugh from now on. So, yes, I can't help myself. It's important in energy production. There are 2 rate-limiting enzymes that are basically require just for energy production, very important. Thiamine. So, but for brain fog and stuff like that, choline and taurine play a bigger role in that regard. So, eat a steak and have a few eggs. That should help. Harry, do you have a theory why the gold price doesn't raise now and we have high inflation everywhere? It's strange. Sorry, no nutritional questions at once. Look, my sort of theory is that it's a temporary thing. You have to understand there is a reserve currency, which is the US dollar. And so people naturally gravitate towards something that's liquid. Most of these people are big banks and big institutions that control vast amounts of sort of security, different types of securities. It's really hard to there's not enough gold to basically put it in there. And also, and even Bitcoin, it's not underpinned by anything. It's an artificial construct. At the end of the day, if people lose confidence in it, it's like a Ponzi scheme. It'll collapse very fast. For the average person, long term, the gold price and the silver price could dip for a while. But eventually, once they overextend their money printing, and they will do it, because basically there's no way out. They've put themselves into such high debts through cheap credit. They've created a mountain and a mountain of unserviceable long-term debt. So you have to inflate away the debt. So when you inflate away the debt, you basically, what you do, so if you go in a deflationary situation, the debts become unmanageable. It's what happened to Greece. Too much debt and forced deflation by austerity measures. If they were on their own currency, their currency would have just nosedived, and the gold price in accordance to their currency would have gone dramatically up. That hasn't happened yet is because We're still in the early stages, but at some point they will try to inflate, to, you could say, deflate the actual debt by using inflationary approaches. But that puts a lot of strain on the economy and a lot of strain on the society. Very explosive situation, and creates more instability. But these people have put themselves into a nice little hole. Then they decided to make all energy on the planet very expensive. And so in the past, productivity from cheap energy and technological advancement, always masked this sort of devaluation in the currency. So you created more debt, but that was always masked because of higher productivity. And so that was the main thing: productivity, suppression of wages, because they destroyed the unions a long time ago. So there were no unions to organize labor to push for higher wages. And so even though basic food types are going up, unionism is so weak, so there's no pressure from there. And so they can still keep that gravy train going for the elites, pushing that up and crowding everyone out, pushing asset prices to the hilt. Where they're getting unstuck now is because they've had these woke environmental policies where they've actually underinvested in traditional energy resources. And now that underinvestment is coming back to bite everyone in terms of higher energy costs. Higher energy costs are even more inflationary, which makes it even harder, because unless you've got cheap energy with a lot of productivity and suppressed wages, there's no way of actually dealing with that inflationary pressure long term, and using debts to basically, push the can down the road. So initially you will see the gold price and silver price dip a bit, because it is an industrial commodity, silver, and even gold has some industrial uses in electronics and stuff like that. So we'll have a bit of a dip. That is going to be the buying opportunity. That's what the point of buying. And at that point, once you buy in at that point, then it's going to go the other way. It's going to reverse, because they've got too much expensive energy. You don't have the productivity or the technological innovation. You've got, even transistors, getting new stuff. I mean, people are starting to buy secondhand stuff because the whole supply chain, a lot of things are dysfunctional. Energy is dysfunctional. This is putting even more inflationary pressures. So, and if you're basically trying to service debts because you've got zombie companies that not making enough income, they just using that money to buy back shares and push up the asset prices. But the underlying return on those assets is going negative. So it's like what China was doing the last couple of decade, where they were basically using more to produce less in terms of overall productivity and wealth and growth. So they were putting in $6 to get back $2, as an example. You can't sustain that. And so at some point, there's going to be an inflection point, and we'll get into a state of probably stagflation, and obviously under the, so we'll dip from that and then back into a deflationary sort of state, and potentially you could be then, it really depends on how the political class in relation with the wealth class, how they manage it. It's always difficult to know, to be certain. But the one thing that they will be doing is they'll be doing more QE, and they'll definitely be using some, let's say, less than traditional methods. That could force people back into gold and silver. So, there is a potential for it to go. There is a potential for it to go anywhere from 10,000 to 50 or 100,000. It really depends on a lot of factors. Global governance, global loss of confidence in the American dollar, and then you don't have a safe haven like a reserve currency anymore. There's a lot of things that at the moment we're in a multipolar world, very unstable, political time we're living in. If anybody can predict the future at this stage, they're going to be extremely, extremely well off or do very well. But yes, hard to say, very hard. But I would say if there is a big dip in gold and silver, buy. You won't regret it in the long run. I'm not saying put all your wealth in that. There are other asset classes, but yeah. Anyway, you might have a different opinion, but you have more luck with a good choline food source like eggs. Yes, exactly. Or supplement with alpha GPC, B1 supplement. It's more useful for inappropriate diet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Choline, you don't look. If you're getting eggs have got shitloads of choline. You eat, as I said, you eat about 6 eggs a day. Some meat, you're going to get 1 gram easy. You don't need a supplement a gram. So not an issue. 4 eggs, that is more than enough, because there is. Remember, it's only people that don't biosynthesize. If you get enough methionine, most people can do the conversion methionine to choline to folate. It's only people like me that don't have these capabilities. Very small proportion of the population. So a couple of eggs, and then the rest coming from methionine, you're fine. And Jonathan's right on that. Yep. Viruses are doing well on fever. Ah, yes. Feverish times, my dear llama. Feverish times. Would probably be successful for a few days, but yes. Yes. Lock them up, throw away the key. I am your alien overlord. Lock them up and throw away the key. I get amused with all these things. Yes, Lukey, you've been missing out. We've been talking about crackpots and all sorts of people. Yes, very colourful people. I'm going to get an outfit, dress up as a donkey. An alien donkey with special horns. Well, if they can actually play these other role plays, why shouldn't I? Maybe we should give them a good scrub down. Yes, eggs is a very good source. And a selenium, which are the 2 requirements for your thyroid. Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't basically put all my eggs in the gold thing either. But I think you need to have about a quarter into it or 20 to a quarter, just to basically be able to land as well. Land is going to be, when other things that are artificial go to shit, agricultural land will be far more valuable. Commodities. Yes, that's the other thing we forget, commodities. When fiat currencies go to shit, commodities become much more important and valuable. I'm glad I live in a country like Australia, which is a commodity-rich country. If you remember, after the Second World War, the massive disasters, it was the commodity economies like Australia that were some of the wealthiest. So when things go to shit, I just hope we get some rulers that realise that and start creating an investment bank like we had in the past, which was what the original Commonwealth Bank was until we privatised it, but an investment bank of that sort that will basically provide issue bonds against in projects, and people go and actually invest in them and build a whole lot of projects which will build capacity in the economy, productivity, and long-term economic activity that could put millions back to work in Australia, especially after the C-19 fiasco. Years well gold, nearly 20 years ago, before I foresaw these problems. Buried in the garden like a Viking, just wondering, raise the current situation. Yes. I did have to say a couple of years ago, I did something similar. Not as much, probably as much as you, but I did get a few gold pieces just for a rainy day. Yes, especially around 2008, when I thought if they don't manage this, it could be another 1929. It didn't happen. And then they started doing these funny quantitative easements and all these things. I go, okay, they're going to push this out. How many years have they got? How many years can they inflate the whole new bubble of, until they hit into territories of extreme negative interest rates and stuff like that, where things become unsustainable? We're sort of there. Actually faster than I thought, because I predicted back then to my brother. I sent him an email and said, I was in Bali at the time, and I just thinking, I was on the beach thinking, and I said 2025 is going to be the big, I think this one is going to be managed, even though it could be potentially a very serious one, but I think it's going to be managed. And then the ultimate one will be, but I think, yes, could be earlier, 3 years, next year or the year after. Could be actually earlier than maybe I do get to the 2025, the next 1929 sort of event, or maybe I am wrong. Who knows? We'll see. Or maybe it's already happened to some degree and it's just going to get worse. We'll see. They've been masking it for far too long. Yes. I remember seeing, Jonathan, an old study looking at, but I just cannot remember. But I do think there's different rates that these things happen. I don't think they're all equal. You've got to look at the specific type brand and all sorts of things and sources as well. So I think it can be a bit more complicated than the sort of simplistic stuff that, well, not simplistic, the normal stuff that we all talk about, but yeah. Yes, it's a stored form of wealth. It's not basically an investment thing. Definitely not. God, really? I'd be buying up all the parking spots. Shit, you'd make shitloads of money. G'day, Alex. That's true. Can be. Can be. Harry, how is Torin mechanistically involved in cleaning out unfolded proteins? I've got a video that's coming on that. It's definitely a rabbit hole thing, so we won't discuss it here. But I do have a video coming on that. I also do have a video that is this week, which will be on the sort of the gut system and all that. It's going to be really interesting. You'll realize how much involved it is. And I've got one on the cancer side as well. Yes, those ones. But this one is coming on the protein folding. I've mentioned it before about protein folding and taurine, but it is a more complex and I don't, and I want to do I've got the video, I've got all the studies and stuff like that for that video, but taurine, which is basically what I'm trying to do is with all this taurine series is basically say, well, taurine does this, 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 and this is why misfolded proteins are a problem in all the people today because they're not getting enough taurine, enough meat. So it's basically I'm saying you want your gut to work properly, you need more taurine, you need more meat. So I'm arguing the case for meat. When I mention taurine, because taurine is an animal-based sulfur amino acid. So what am I arguing? I'm arguing the case for meat. That's what I'm arguing. That's the whole purpose of these videos, to go to all these crackpots out there that are actually opposed to animal products. I'm going, well, this constituent part is a key component of these animal products. In the plants, there's bugger all. Remember the previous video that I did on plants versus meat? And I'm making a case why animal products are superior for the human body in all these things. The way the digestion works. I did one on the stomach, remember? So it's all part of the theme of promoting why animal foods are so important for proper functioning of our physiology. That's what I'm doing. And I'm putting out the information so you guys then have got the arguments and can go back. I said, there's research here and animal foods are superior and indicated for these and these reasons. So yes, I'm making you could say, if you're in a debate, I'm making the case for it. So in the future, if you're debating somebody, you can go, well, you've got the videos. This is one of Harry's videos. He said it does this. This is the research to back it up. This is the research, this, and this. Now, Vagoon, you're wrong. So I'm making the case for meat in a sense and informing you guys so you know exactly. And also in your own mind, you can say I should not fear meat. I should not fear meat, and look at the mirror and tell yourself every day, I should not fear meat. I should not fear meat. I should not fear meat. It's indicated, and Harry's given me all the proof in the world that I know that it's indicated. I can live by that. So I want to reset your understanding of the importance of animal products, because up until now we know, oh yeah, everybody talks, oh, the nutrient dense and stuff like that. Yeah, whoopee, we know that. But they are critically important to health. And they're the difference between a healthy human and a deranged human in a number of ways. So, yes. Elizabeth, good to see you. Proposed hypothesis, liver helps. Liver detoxification, yep, that as well. Aiding by yep, all those sort of things, yes. Let's I'm consuming a diet with 400 grams of animal-based protein. Is taking taurine beneficial, even if getting perhaps 10 grams per day from meat? Yeah, look, if you're getting it all, don't bother. Or a singular amino acid supplement between meals useful, don't bother. If you're getting shitloads of protein into your body and getting shitloads, and you're not that old, you're relatively, middle-aged or young, you don't need it. We use taurine strategically to detoxify things, fix things, ameliorate oxalate dumping and all sorts of things. It's used for a whole lot of purposes. It can be used in apoptotic effects. Yes, taurine has apoptotic benefits, and my cancer one tomorrow will actually explain that as well. So yes, it is a Swiss Army knife of the body, and so yes, really important. But if you're getting it so much in the diet, thank you, Harry. Well, I might be tested actually because it would just benefit me to have C19 officially. Ah, yes, wear it as a badge of honor. Oh, g'day, AG. Have Discord, Harry, or just Zoom? Thank you. Do you have a Discord, Harry? No, I don't. Only Zoom. Only Zoom. That's all I have. I do not have a Discord. I've got a day job, unlike Ted and Bart, who have got plenty of time on their hands. Harry, just to be cleared, so if I eat OMAD, huge carnival, and you say leucine signals could last for 2 but the amino acid utilization from the meal of the day before. No, I'm saying that when you have a big meal, it can, this leucine in that meal, as you break it down, you will basically get some protein, some leucine and all that into your small intestine, and you'll start absorbing it and your body will start utilizing it. Now, how fast it gets utilized, remember, taurine plays a big role here in terms of the speed that your gut works, motility, regulates it. It does a lot of things, doesn't it? And so then it will absorb that stuff and how much you've consumed. Unlike a supplement that actually has this rapid influx, when it comes to real food, it is much slower as it gets digested and released from the lower sphincter and slowly gets digested and gets into the amino pool and then gets put into tissue. You don't have this sort of situation. And it can actually last out to, with real food that is, up to 8 hours of muscle protein synthesis. So, yes. So do not worry. Eat to your full and enjoy life. Don't complicate things, Elizabeth. You complicate things far too much. Otherwise, you won't enjoy your life. You'll be miserable. Am I getting this right? Am I getting that right? Just eat your meat. And don't complicate your life and stress yourself out. Stress is not a good thing for your health. Is there anything that would even compare to taurine in the body? NAD is a different ball game, but maybe. Nah, not really. I think niacin, which helps NAD, we get enough of that through our food. I think taurine is really a master underappreciated amino acid that does a lot of things in a lot of tissue types. Once I got into the research, I realized how important it is. It's like if you were to think of it as a molecule in the body, if there was a God molecule, it'd be taurine, and everything would be interconnected from it. Yeah, so that's how important it is to the body. And unfortunately, most of us are sulfur depleted because of our poor lifestyles and diets. Yes, very much so. Looking forward to that taurine protecting misfolding. Yep, we'll definitely do. I think you'll enjoy it. Oops. Anyway, what'd you say? What I used to watch Bergs, he used to say, once taking amino acids like leucine was wasting money because it has not the whole of building muscles. Wasn't he wrong? Remember the leucine one that I did? Fasted, giving leucine, muscle protein synthesis. He is ignorant. A lot of them believe that you have to have aminos. Yes, you get more muscle protein synthesis, but leucine is the real driver of muscle protein synthesis. Yes, even in a fasted state. Who would have believed? Anyway, guys, it's nearly 11 o'clock. And I'm going to pull the pin. Go and relax. And basically, I did want to watch a TV show, a sci-fi thing, and then go to bed right after that. So thanks for being here, and appreciate Barbados. Good to see you. Wait. What did you want to ask? Quickly. Make it quick. Make it quick. Very quick. Barbados. Very quick. Very quick. Yes. Yes, I've got the loose. Do a search for my name and leucine, and you'll find all that. See you, Tom. Thanks, mate. You're welcome. I'm good. Enjoy. Thanks, Terry. Okay. You just wanted to basically slow me down. God. Thank you, Mr. Taurine, and see you next time. Thanks, Alex. Not a problem, mate. I hope you enjoyed tonight's, let's say, humorous, comfortable, and enjoyable. You're welcome, Elizabeth. Good to see you here. See you, Annika. And see you, mate. Barbados. Okay. Yes. Good to see you. Oops. Sorry. I can't seem to link anything as it disappears. If you type in, I'll look it up. I'll take a look at it tomorrow. And see what Bart's done as well, because somebody said Bart did something. Yeah, so, yep. Any thoughts help. Love your opinion on pork rind someday. Yeah, they're fine as long as they're cooked in pork in lard. If they're cooked in lard, they're fine. If they're cooked in seed oils, definitely not. They're very high in deuterium and contraindicated for your mitochondria. So make sure, what are they cooked in? That's the most important thing. Very, very important. We can cook things like 2 hours pork, and you'll only get trace elements of oxidation. I did a video, one of my videos on pork, the PUFA ones, the series, all that covers that and shows even trace elements. You have to cook it up to 30-something hours before really, who's going to cook it that long? Then it'll be crispy, very crispy and dark. Oh, thank you. Not a problem, mate. All the best to you as well. God bless. Yep. I'll take a look. Yeah, I'll probably, if I'm going to do, it'll be, the angle will be basically the deuterium side and the oxidative products and all that sort of stuff, because it's in the literature. It's not me saying it. It's actually the science, actual proven mechanistic studies. So they can't deny that. But a lot of other people have touched it, like, Nina has sort of covered that about the industry. So, and a few other people. So there's a lot of stuff out there, but yeah, specifically to this sort of stuff, yeah. Sometimes these are so easy. These people, it's just, they make the obviously Mickey Mouse mistakes. You're welcome. I'm off for training. Good for you, mate. Take care. Anyway, see you guys. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. And do please share content, because there's a lot of stuff on C19 and on T lymphocytes and protection, and getting a species appropriate foods to improve your immune system. So you've got relatives out there, get the information out, provide them, and which will help them basically try and at least ameliorate a lot of the probably damaging side effects also of Jabba the Hutt as well. So we need to clear out that sort of stuff and sort of help them along as well with good T lymphocyte levels in their immune system. They can go up and mop up a lot of and taurine also helps with mopping up some of the damage as well. So anyway, take care, guys. See yous, and thanks for being here. Appreciate it.